evening, everybody. I would like to welcome you to the July 8th meeting of the Thousand Oaks City Council, and I would like to ask all of you to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can I have the city clerk please do the roll call?
Councilmember Fox?
Here.
Councilmember Gillette?
Here.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena? Present. Mayor Pro Tem Glancy?
Here.
Mayor Irwin?
Here. And item 4, request for continuance of any public hearing or agenda item. We have none. And can I please ask everybody to keep their voices down? Thank you. We're on now to special presentations, and for our first presentation, I would like to introduce our Conejo Open Space Conservation Agency Associate Planner, Shelley Austin, who's going to share some of the highlights of the Conejo Open Space Trail System. We're very proud of our community's rich open space opportunities, and we hope that after Shelley's presentation tonight, residents will go out and enjoy more of their free time hiking our trails. Good evening, Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor Irwin and council members. Tonight we have a PowerPoint presentation for you to show you some of the highlights of the Conejo Open Space Trail System. The Conejo Open Space Conservation Agency offers 140 miles of multi-purpose trails. Just to help you visualize how far that is, it's 140 miles from Thousand Oaks to Palm Springs. The trails are all open to equestrians, hikers, and mountain bikers. They're generally open sunrise to sunset every day, and are closed only at night and after heavy rains. All levels of trail difficulty are available, from flat trails in Wildwood Park to rolling hills in the Hope Nature Preserve to steeper climbs up to the protected hilltops around Thousand Oaks, such as those in the Hillcrest Open Space. One of the most unique trails in the system is the Whole Access Trail behind the Los Robles Golf Course, which was built with a railing and braille signs describing the plants along the way in order to allow for an enjoyable outdoor experience for the visually impaired and those with alternative mobility needs. Many of the trails in the system quickly immerse you in the natural beauty of the Conejo Valley and take you away from everyday life. You can even hike to Paradise Falls in Wildwood Park, which is a dramatic waterfall that is fed year-round by the Arroyo Conejo. Hikers sometimes spot wildlife on the trails. Western fence lizards and cottontail rabbits are a common sight, but you may also get lucky and see coyote, bobcats, mountain lions, and rattlesnakes. You'll find benches and picnic tables along some of the trails at especially nice vista points, where you can sit and enjoy a meal or rest and collect your thoughts. In addition to the 140 miles of trails in the Conejo Open Space System, our trails connect to hundreds of miles of trails on property owned by the National Park Service and the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority. A number of organized hiking programs are available to familiarize residents with the open space trails. Trails Education Days is organized by the Conejo Open Space Trails Advisory Committee every spring in order to introduce all 5th graders in the Conejo Valley to the open space and trails. The program includes a 1-mile hike into Wildwood Park. The Conejo Recreation and Park District sponsors free open space appreciation hikes, which are volunteer-led and generally held on the 3rd Saturday of every month. They explore trails all over the open space system. For a listing of these hikes, please visit crpd.org. CRPD also offers interpretive hikes and open space outings for a small fee. These are often evening hikes with themes including nature stories, full moon, and owls. In fact, a number of these hikes are planned for this weekend, including family-friendly sunset stories and night awareness hikes, an open space appreciation hike in the Dos Vientos open space, and a ranger-led hike. For more information and for trail maps, please contact me at 449-2339 or visit conejo-openspace.org. Hope to see you on the trails. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shelley. For our second presentation, I would like to invite the President and CEO of the Greater Los Angeles chapter of the ALS Association, Fred Fisher. You want to come up and join us? This evening, Thousand Oaks City Council is pleased to proclaim July 17th through the 20th, 2008, as Strike Out Lou Gehrig's Disease Week. Fred, can you please tell us a little bit more about what the ALS Foundation is accomplishing and about the exciting baseball tournament that's planned on the 17th?
I can. Mayor Irwin, members of the council. It's my pleasure to be back here again with you this year to talk to you about the Cytrex Strikeout Lou Gehrig's Disease All-Star Youth Baseball Tournament. Still no known cause and no known cure for Lou Gehrig's disease, although tonight, instead of hearing my voice, I brought with me 3 voices from Thousand Oaks. But before I bring them up, I just want to let you know that since I started coming here and talking to you about the tournament, we've grown from 16 teams to now 32 teams, one of which would appreciate the Hawaiian theme because we have a team coming all the way from Hawaii this year to participate in this year's tournament. Not many people know what ALS is, but I think most people in the audience and those watching at home have heard of Lou Gehrig's disease. The other great thing about this tournament is that you've really set the trend for an event that's now moving across the country. In fact, a chapter in New York has now taken up the mantle and is doing their own Strikeout Lou Gehrig's Disease tournament modeled exactly on the event that you folks have supported and helped start right here in Thousand Oaks. The best piece of news I have for you is that the awareness that you create through your support of this tournament and through our Walk to Defeat ALS, which takes place in Ventura County, means that Ventura County is serving 80% of those families with ALS. That is far and away above any other county or, in fact, any other community in California. So you should be very proud that your efforts on our behalf are making sure that people with ALS are getting the services that they need. 1000 Oaks resident Jim Reimer took the time to write a letter to you because he can't be here to deliver it himself. And I have copies for each member of the council. But one thing that he does say is that we appreciate the efforts of all who take the time to help improve his and the lives of all ALS patients, and that what you're doing here tonight and what we're doing in the community is creating a light in an otherwise very dark situation. To share her personal story with you is Thousand Oaks resident and City of Thousand Oaks employee, Cheryl Payne.
Good evening, Mayor Irwin, council members, city staff, family, and friends. My name is Cheryl Payne, and I am a resident of Thousand Oaks. I grew up out here, and I'm now an employee with the City of Thousand Oaks. On May 22nd, 2008, my life was forever changed when I was diagnosed with ALS, more commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. ALS is a progressive neurodegenerative disease that attacks the nerve cells and pathways in the brain and spinal cord. When these cells die, voluntary muscle control and movement dies with them. Eventually, this leads to the victim's death. The average life expectancy of a person with ALS is 2 to 5 years from the point of diagnosis. It is estimated that 5 to 10% of ALS cases have a familial link. However, the other 90 to 95% of ALS cases are considered sporadic. This means this horrific disease can attack anyone at any time. Learning that I have ALS was and still is a devastating shock. It left me with so many questions, but I didn't know where to start, what to ask, or who to ask. It was at that point that I contacted a support group sponsored by the Greater Los Angeles chapter of the ALS Association and registered with them. I can't even begin to express how wonderful and supportive the association has been. All of my questions I had were answered before I even had a chance to ask them. The information they gave me the ability to move forward. It also helped me to feel empowered to start thinking about the future and planning for it. I was assigned a case manager, Jackie Neff, who I can contact at any time for anything I may need. I am very grateful to the ALS Association and everything they have done and will do to support my family and me through this very difficult time. As for me, I am considered to be in the early stages of this disease. I am constantly battling fatigue. I have lost most of the use of my left hand and arm. Despite the weakness in my left leg, I am still able to walk, although it is slow and somewhat clumsy. As you may be able to tell from my voice, my speech is affected. I have also noticed issues when swallowing and breathing. All of these symptoms will continue to get worse as the disease progresses. The only problem is I don't know how fast or how slow the rate of progression will be, as it differs from person to person. I am still adjusting to the news of the diagnosis. Although it is hard to talk about, I can finally do so without completely breaking down. A part of me keeps hoping that I'm going to wake up and discover that this is all a bad dream. But I am slowly coming to the realization that this nightmare is real. Losing my independence is proving to be a big challenge. I've had to cut down my hours at work because of fatigue. I don't know how long I will be able to continue to work. Right now, I'm just taking one day at a time. It is one more loss I attribute to this disease. Through it all, I try to keep a smile on my face and maintain a positive attitude, because that will keep me healthier longer. My biggest concern is my family and spending as much time with them as possible. I also worry about the strain this is putting on them. I'm concerned about my sister, who is recovering from breast cancer. I'm concerned about my mom, who is dealing with major health issues in both of her daughters. I'm concerned about my husband and the stress that he is dealing with. But most of all, I'm concerned about my 3-year-old twin boys, Alex and Brandon. How much of them am I going to miss them growing up? How will they adjust to a life without their mommy? My goal now is to create memories with them that they will hopefully remember when I am gone. As I wrap this up, I want to thank the Greater Los Angeles chapter of the ALS Association for giving me the honor to speak to you today and accepting the proclamation on their behalf. I also want to thank the City of Thousand Oaks for proclaiming the week of July 14th as Strikeout Lou Gehrig's Disease Week. I believe that any awareness we can bring to this devastating disease will get us one step closer to finding a cure. I hope you will join me and other victims of this disease and come out to watch some kids play baseball in an effort to strike out Lou Gehrig's disease. Thank you for your time.
If your audience didn't know someone with Lou Gehrig's disease, now they do. We're fortunate that, and Thousand Oaks is fortunate that you have not one but two Little Leagues, and Conejo Valley Little League has been the host of the tournament until this year when Thousand Oaks Little League joined them as co-hosts. And here to say just a few words, and if we can indulge your time for just a few seconds longer, the president of the Thousand Oaks Little League, John Short, has some hats for you and a few remarks. John?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and audience. I had a prepared speech tonight, but I'm not going to give it, because I just want to tell you right now that I am so proud to be a part of this community, proud of what you folks do, proud of what the community does, and I urge all of you folks to come out and support the cause for Lou Gehrig's as Conejo Valley Little League and Thousand Oaks Little League will be hosting tournaments next week, and hopefully we can make a major impact on curing this terrible disease. God bless you, my friend, and thanks for everybody.
The ALS Association is supported largely by donors such as yourselves. Many have risen to the challenge. While we're serving 80% of the families in Thousand Oaks and Ventura County with the disease, we're serving less than 50% throughout Southern California, and it's only through events like this which help us raise awareness and raise much-needed funds that we can invest in caring for families like Cheryl's and currently the 450 others that we're taking care of today. So on behalf of the ALS Association and all of those we serve, thank you very much for your support of our efforts to raise awareness of and strike out Lou Gehrig's disease. Thank you.
And we have a proclamation here in honor of Strike Out Lou Gehrig's Disease Week, and this is on behalf of the entire City Council. And I would like to say, Cheryl, you know, all of us really admire you for the way you're facing this devastating disease and the outstanding job you're still doing at the city every day, and we wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you.
I also would like to acknowledge Barbara Hard, who is in the audience. Her husband spoke to the City Council for the last 3 years, and he passed away last year. So there are a lot of members of our community that are affected by this devastating disease. Now I'd like to ask Elena Keenan to join me at the podium. The City of Thousand Oaks can take great pride in its efforts to support a family-oriented environment in our community. This philosophy is also fostered in the city's approach to working with its 650 employees. I am pleased to say that we were recently awarded the distinction of the Ventura County Family-Friendly Employer. This honor is supported by the Ventura County Board of Supervisors and is decided by the Business Work-Life Alliance Advisory Board. Here to tell us more about this impressive award is Associate Human Resources Analyst Alana Keenan.
Thank you, Mayor Irwin. Good evening, council members, city manager, city attorney, city staff, and citizens of Thousand Oaks. Recently, it was my pleasure to accept on behalf of the City Council and the City Manager the Ventura County Family Friendly Employer Award. And as Mayor Irwin mentioned, this award was presented by the Business Work-Life Alliance, which is administered by the Child Development Resources of Ventura County and also supported by the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. And I brought with me the beautiful plaque that was presented to the city that I accepted on the city's behalf at a recent recognition and award celebration. And in addition, I have the certificate from the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors congratulating and commending the City of Thousand Oaks as a Ventura County family-friendly employer. And as a family-friendly employer, the City of Thousand Oaks is recognized for providing a work environment that strengthens families by not only providing jobs and expanded economic development here in our community, but by also having employment policies and procedures in place that help employees balance the demands of work and home while maintaining a high level of customer service and work productivity. And we're very proud here at the City of Thousand Oaks that we do have these various policies in place where we can support and nurture and provide assistance to wonderful employees like Cheryl Payne, who just recently made a presentation. And so the city strives to really reach out and work with employees in their time of need. In addition to the city, this year, the Business Work-Life Alliance also recognized 17 other employers here in Ventura County that received this distinction and honor, including Amgen, the Ventura County Star, and the United Way of Ventura County, to name just a few. And the City of Thousand Oaks received this designation for the 6th consecutive year, and so we are very proud of this accomplishment. And these awards will be proudly displayed here at City Hall. And I just want to extend a thanks on behalf of the city employees of the City of Thousand Oaks. I want to extend my gratitude to the council for your support and your success in making the City of Thousand Oaks truly a wonderful place to work and to live. Thank you very much.
For our final presentation this evening, we are proclaiming July 2008 as Energy Efficiency Month. And jointly with this recognition, we are also celebrating the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance's 5th anniversary. As one of VCREA's founding members, Thousand Oaks has worked with them as community partners to help make numerous energy-efficient programs possible. I would like to introduce David Inger, Energy Projects Manager for VCRA, to tell us about their accomplishments. Dave?
Thank you, Mayor Irwin and members of the council. I'm David Inger. I'm Energy Project Manager for the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance, and I must say I am very jealous of your Hawaiian wear this evening. That would be my first choice as well. I'm actually here representing Cheryl Collard, who's the executive director, who, because of a scheduling conflict, couldn't show up tonight. And I'm really honored that we can be here. And I've got to tell you how thankful we are for your generosity in providing us with this recognition. We've had great success over 5 years, and a lot of that, I've got to personally say, is due to the efforts of Councilman Dennis Gillette, whose vision, along with the vision of a number of other elected officials and community leaders, really led to the founding of the VCREA. And without that kind of leadership, we wouldn't be able to do what we really do and we have been doing for 5 years. Ironically, I do very little. All the work that I do or take credit for is really done by your city staff and by other public agency staffs throughout Ventura County. And I particularly want to recognize all the work that's been done by Gail Kaufman and Chuck Rogers of Public Works, and of Liz Perez, and before her, Tom Hare from the Facilities Department. They're the people who've really made a lot of projects happen, and as a result of the variety of projects that the City of Thousand Oaks has undertaken, which have been lighting projects in this facility, at the Hill Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, at your Municipal Service Center, HVAC air conditioning upgrades at the Senior Center and the Teen Center, as well as a lot of process improvements at the Hill Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, have led to saving the city approximately $120,000 a year in reduced electrical costs. Again, this has been a long process. It's been going on for 5 years. We are coming to the end of our funding cycle at the end of 2008. We are currently working with the folks out at the wastewater plant on another project which will save the city an additional $30,000 to $50,000 a year. We're looking forward to the 09-11 funding cycle. We are very excited about the program that we're going to have in conjunction with our utility partners, Southern California Edison and the gas company. And I'm just hoping that we can continue to work with your great staff and continue to provide energy efficient services to your community as well as other communities throughout the county of Ventura. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, and we do really like to hear saving energy and saving money, so that is great. And we have here a proclamation in honor of Energy Efficiency Month, July 2008, in celebration of Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance's 5th year anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Now is the time for public comments, and can I have Ms. Lawrence please announce?
This is the time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. All speakers for public hearing shall be called and heard during the public hearing. Pursuant to council standards of operation, the mayor may assist any speaker from straying into areas not within the city's jurisdiction. Under state law, issues discussed under public comments can have no action unless listed on the agenda and may be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda. We have 7 people who have president cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Our first speaker is Dave Chovanek from the Ventura County Fire Department, and he will be followed by our police chief, Dennis Carpenter. Good evening, Dave.
Good evening. Mike LaPlante sends his best regards. He is at our Southern Operations Center coordinating all the resources from Southern California right now in an effort to assist our northern neighbors. So with that, I'm pleased to report that for the city of Thousand Oaks, it was a very quiet and benign weekend. We had a total of 34 calls on the 4th of July, 9 of which were fire calls, and really the only incident of significance was a small spot fire on the hill north of the Oaks Mall. And the size of that was kept to about a quarter acre, which is the size of this room. and that was because we had pre-deployed up there because of incidents we have had in the past. So the city, the sheriff's department, and the fire department were very well prepared, and we had a great weekend. So.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you very much for keeping us safe.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, the community. I'm Dennis Carpenter, Thousand Oaks Police Chief, reporting on July 4th. We, too, had a very quiet weekend for us, or I should say a typical weekend for the police department. We have our share of calls that come in for fireworks disturbing type calls, but as you can imagine, it's very difficult to respond to each and every one of those because many times when we arrive on scene, the people have gone, or we don't know who's actually shooting the fireworks off, or the people that call in say, it's right behind my house, and we get there, and it's really 2 blocks over from behind their house. And so it's kind of difficult, but we kind of wait until they cluster in an area, and then we send a car to that little cluster, and hopefully they can deal with it. We worked well with the fire department, a couple of medical issues that we partnered with and we dealt with. We had a domestic violence event that occurred in the midst of one of the parking lots that surprised us all, but we dealt with that. The traffic is usually where I'm kind of afraid sometimes to put my back to the crowd when you talk about the traffic on the 4th of July, but it's generally back to normal within 20 to 40 minutes, depending on where you happen to be in the city. What we try and do is make everybody make right-hand turns, and we get them real confused, and then they don't know where they're at, and then eventually they work their way back home. So it's a system that's worked for 40 years. Chief Gillette taught it to us, and so we just keep on using it. And I just want to add, we add additional staffing, 25 paid personnel, but we also add 25 volunteers, which really helps our evening go smooth. Any questions? Yes, thank you. Right. Back to the parking lot.
Thank you, Chief Carpenter. All right, and these are our public comment speakers. If the person speaking next could please come up. We have Ilan Dorez, followed by Sharon Fluxman. Couple.
Good evening. My name is Ilan Doriz. I was here last time and I said something regarding manna, and we got brushed off on the end when you asked the city manager to make a comment. He was very well aware that I made several different attempts to solve the problem, and he brushed us off and said that's not a city problem, it's a county problem. I find a letter that in July of 2007, 10th of 2007, I sent that email that to every one of you guys with a picture. I didn't get any response up to now, and we just, because of the county said it's not their problem, it's the city's problem, I went downstairs and I picked up the zoning ordinance. I'm sure you are aware of it. In page 1, it says that in a R1 zoning or PD1 zoning, they need a scenic scene, and it specifically says if it is less than 7,000 square foot, they cannot have a use permit. So this man of people, they have a rusted container, they don't have any space between them. To top of it all, in here in page 1, it says that if you have any kind of equipment that's more than 2 feet tall, you have to put the shrub to make it scenic. I want to see any one of you guys think that the container, rusty container, with all the food exposed in the public, I have a whole bunch of pictures here. I want to show it to you and see if it is scenic. With my cost, I put it next to you, to your house, and see how you feel about it. That's number 1. Number 2, there's a kindergarten that they're using in page 3 of the zoning. It says that you have 11 feet public right-of-way and 20 feet setback. She is using a sidewalk, parallel parking. It's a city ordinance says that you cannot do it. I complained several times, nobody paying attention, and it's still doing it. And because of, I was here last time, somebody reported to Manna that I complained. Today they had 6 boxes full of rotted food in front of the house in the street. So I'm here to tell you that I'm in this country 45 years. I love this country. In 75, I become American citizen. But now in Thousand Oaks is acting exactly like a third world country. If you don't know anybody, you don't get anywhere. And these Mana people, they told me they know somebody, and now I believe it, they know somebody. I would like to find that person that they know. Probably I can get away with it too. So I have a whole bunch of pictures. You guys told me last time you're going to contact me. You never did. Several newspapers contacted me, and I think I'm going to go further with this because it's getting to the point that it's getting ridiculous. I have a picture of all the cars that they block in the neighborhood all the time. Because of the vandalism is happening, they stole a whole bunch of plumbing from my property. And I've seen several people at 6 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, they come in and they steal food from there. And these are the things that you guys do. I wish I could say the same thing that the previous people, they said, that the Thousand Oaks is a good city. Unfortunately, I can't agree with them. Thank you.
Mr. Dorr, I'd like to ask everybody to please hold their applause. Mr. Dorrs, the city manager will address you at the end of public comments.
Well, you know,
that you need to sit down.
I never got in contact with any one of you guys, and I will at least
he is going to contact you at the end. If you could sit down, please. He will comment on your comments at the end of public comments, so in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Sharon Fluxman, and she will be followed by Mark Sullivan.
Good evening. I'm sorry these are not pleasant circumstances. On Tuesday, June the 24th, I was told by the City Council that we would be contacted to read our complaint regarding Mana. It is now July the 8th, and I find myself here again, and I'm still waiting for you to contact me. So now I've come to you again. I'm tired of the excuses. It's not a city problem, it's a county issue, and the county says it's a city issue. At what point are we going to stop being fobbed off and we're actually going to get the truth? This seems to be the pattern with the City of Thousand Oaks. When we have valid concerns or complaints, we get ignored. In fact, I've been ignored for over 2 years now. Does that sound like you're doing your job? I don't think so. Let me give you some examples. A city task force was supposedly established. To do what? We had a meeting towards the end of last year. About 12 people from the city were in attendance, and nothing was done. It was a waste of time and a waste of taxpayers' money. Not a single word did I hear from anybody regarding my complaint since that time, since that meeting. On a few occasions, we offered alternatives to the relocation of Mana. A few times the city responded, actually only Caroline Milton responded, and we tried to facilitate something, and at least she would bother to get back to us. Naturally, none of the options we offered came to fruition. This is your problem as the city. We are paying your salary to help us. Why do I have to find a solution to your problem? Code compliance. I had an email from Mr. Jeff Ware, email July 5th, 2007. I quote, "Your concern was forwarded to the City Code Compliance Division for review. Based on your complaint, an investigation has been initiated. The city does not comment on investigations that are in process. This allows the city to maintain the integrity of all parts of the investigation that may result in future criminal charges being brought against responsible parties," unquote. Where? When? What about the fact that Mana has been breaking all the laws about code compliance? Okay? They've been allowed to reside in a neighborhood for 20 years, almost 20 years. How are they able to just get away with it? They have no special use permit, they didn't apply for it, and now all of a sudden they want to wake up and do that. I try to close up my balcony in one of my properties. 2 seconds later, you're not paying attention to code compliance, and I had to take it down. But Mana for 20 years has got away with it. That is completely unacceptable. Not only has Mana been a problem for us, you've dumped the day laborers in our neighborhood, which get into Mana and help themselves to free food and have a great time. The animals and the rats are doing very well in Mana as well. They are thriving, thanks to the feast that's provided every day. In July of 2007, I called the health department, sent them photos. They came out and said they had no jurisdiction, they weren't allowed to do anything. What more can I do? We're sick and tired of the excuses. The parking is a nightmare, the noise is a nightmare, the storage is a nightmare. There's no disability parking. Everybody's so PC in America. Where's the American Disabilities Act? How's that taken into consideration? Mr. Fox, I quote from you. "Thanks for your detailed letter. I have CC'd Mr. Mitnick. I can assure you that if code violations are occurring, they will be addressed. June 18th, 2007. I will follow up for next week. I'm still waiting," unquote.
Hey, Ms. Fluxman, your time
I'm not done yet. I'm sorry. I have to finish this, okay? A master plan has been drawn up regarding Old Town West. Why are we wasting all that time when you don't do anything to listen to what the people want? Okay? It's enough now. At what point are you going to do your job?
All right. The city manager, again, will address your issues after public comments. Mark Sullivan, followed by Nick Kidway.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. City Manager, and Madam City Attorney. I came on short notice tonight because I didn't know the smoking ordinance item was going to be back on the agenda. Hence, ran over here in my Hawaiian shirt and found that I'm right in style. So it was kind of a surprise. I'm a Thousand Oaks resident, have been for 24 years, and point out I do not smoke, I do not own a cigar store, I don't own a cigarette store, I have no financial interest in tobacco except I think I have 50 shares of Philip Morris in my retirement account. I appeared at the June 24th hearing only because I have a very strong personal feeling about nanny state regulation and the government going too far, and I feel very strongly that any ordinance that restricts personal freedoms and rights should be carefully tailored. I appeared at the June 24th hearing and made those statements. As the City Council will recall, the mayor of Calabasas was here, and she was talking about the wonders of the Calabasas ordinance, which was nationally publicized for its extreme breadth. It is the ordinance, of course, that this City Council has effectively adopted, and I think has expanded upon for the city of Thousand Oaks. Her comment about people like myself who thought that the ordinance might be too broad was that we were anti-government zealots. A comment that I took great umbrage at because I think a citizen speaking out about overbroad regulation is not a zealot. I mean, that's what this country is frankly all about. In any event, my major concern, which I know that I'm not here to try to convince the City Council to change their mind, but I am here to urge you to take a look at the wording of this ordinance. It was sold as an ordinance that would stop people from smoking in restaurants and in theaters and near hospitals and public buildings, but that's not the way it's worded. The definition of playground, a playground means any recreation area, and I'm just hitting the key words, these all follow, the city attorney can follow. A playground means any recreation area that has been landscaped for sports activity located on city property, that it can be used in whole or in part by children. I'd submit that's the city golf course. Is it the intent to say that a smoker in the ninth hole, a person that smokes cigars, can't smoke? I think that's absolutely crazy. That's over the top. Councilmember Fox went through all the litany of the reasons why smoking is bad and dangerous, but I submit there is no science, even junk science, that says that a man smoking a cigar on the eighth hole of a golf course is a danger to the public. In fact, State Senate candidate Hannah Jackson said that smoking outdoors was a danger to cause sudden infant death syndrome. I mean, that's pure hyperbole. I can't believe that we're passing an ordinance that would be that broad. I would ask you to re-look at this definition. I think it's too broad, and I think if you put out to the public that you were making it illegal to smoke at the city golf course, that they would see that that really is extreme. Thank you.
Thank you. And our thank you. Our last speaker is Mr. Kidway, and again, I ask everybody to please hold their applause.
I begin in the name of God, who is most beneficial, most merciful. My name is Nick Iqbal Kidwai. And Dr. Glancy, last time I checked, still Director of Concerned Citizens of Thousand Oaks, Honorable Mayor, City Council. A gentleman, or a few people before me, praised Thousand Oaks, and I had a chance to be with the VIP, and he also told me that if you look around, I mean, it's such a beautiful city. And I say ditto. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm standing over here. But it's the people. It's not the city government. I mean, you have let us down. If DOTV can show the picture, I mean, why do and people feel so mad and upset? If you can see, that's the entrance to Thousand Oaks City Hall. And most people coming over here don't come to the City Hall. They don't come to the blighted boulevard, and they don't realize this. This building is 12 or 13 years old, and it has been falling apart from day one because the city's own procedures and policies were not followed. I was looking at some of my clippings, and I noticed in '93 there was a letter to the editor complaining about graffiti, that the city was going downhill. I've taken a picture of the Auto Mall sign, which is symbolic of our city, 4 months ago, and keep forgetting to find it in my little card, etc. And I thought the problem will go away. There's now 4 pieces of graffiti on the Auto Mall sign. I told a staff member, a high level, that talks with the president of the Auto Mall Association, who was probably here this morning in a committee, to tell them to take care of it. But, I mean, this is what has happened. I mean, we are going downhill, and the city has a policy of cleaning this thing within 24 hours, and we are doing very well. I showed this cartoon last time. This is my Jungle Land 3-ring binder from 15 years ago. I mean, the people of the city were promised that there would be no money spent on the theater over here. The policy has been changed without any vote of the people. Yet, you have Measure B, and now you have the mobile home park ordinance. This is one of the important things, that $500,000 of the taxpayers' money is being spent on theaters and arts without their permission, against the wishes of the ballot. And I support the arts, but we should do it in the right manner. That's why the city is well run, well done because of the architects, but the zoning has not been done, which is your responsibility. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. Mr. Mitnick, would you like to make comments?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, you heard 2 speakers with respect to the MANA issue, and I would like to offer a personal apology to Mr. Doriz and Ms. Fluxman. Yes, indeed, you were supposed to be contacted immediately the next day. That did not happen, which I did not realize until tonight. So our Assistant City Manager, Linda Papastillas, will meet with you. What staff has done since that meeting, however, is a lot of research and compilation of information about what's happened over the last sort of several years on this, and we did provide a memo to City Council. So again, our Assistant City Manager, who's not here because she's gone to make copies of that memo, and she will share it with those 2 individuals and meet with them tonight. But there are a number of issues out there, code enforcement issues and so on, and a very, very long history. And MANA has some obligations, and we are diligently working with them. And we do recognize that they're not moving as fast as some of the neighborhood would like. We also have had challenges with county health, but we will work cooperatively with county health. I do apologize for the finger pointing back and forth. We will put an end to that. And the Old Town Master Plan, which was recently approved by council, will definitely address several of the issues discussed, including some of the parking challenges. So I do apologize for the lack of communication. I'll take full responsibility for that. It won't happen again, and we'll keep the council informed and updated, as well as the 2 residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. Item 7, City and Redevelopment Agency Consent Calendar, and we have a lot of consent items. I'm going to pull 7H, 7I, 7N, 7R, 7V, and 7X. V and X. Does anybody else have? Ms. Villapena?
Item 7O.
Okay, can we, Dr. Glancy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd move the balance of the consent calendar, except for those items pulled.
Vote, please.
Motion carries 5-0.
And again, I apologize because we are at the end of, we're going to be on summer break, and that's why there were so many consent items. The first one is for Mr. Watkins or Mr. Spurgeon, 7H.
7H.
Good evening, Mr. Spurgeon.
Good evening.
My question on this, it says that dial-a-ride service increased by 1,620 hours, and it was as a result of the implementation of dispatching software. Does that mean we have that many more riders? Do we have a lot less complaints, or was it really just the result of software?
A portion of that increase was from additional riders. And I'm not sure, I can't tell you exactly the proportion, but some of it is due to increased ridership, and the balance is from the implementation of what they call trapeze dispatching software.
And so are we getting less complaints now? Is there a less wait time for dial-a-ride now?
That software is still under review, and frankly, I believe there were some bugs initially, and those are being worked out. And so, in terms of wait time, there really is no change at this time.
Right. Thank you. I'm sorry again for springing that on you. Thank you, Mr. Spurgeon. Councilmember Gillette.
Thank you. The way this is written in the first line, service hours increase. What was the increase in services then? Or am I reading that wrong?
The contract that we have for the dial-a-ride service designates the number of hours that the vehicles basically are on the road as service hours. So, in one sense, it's not exactly the same thing as ridership. It's the amount of hours that the vehicles are being operated. That's just the definition in the contract itself. It does, I mean, more or less, it equates to providing service to the residents, or to the elderly.
Well, okay, but there's got to be a better way to state this, because that's misleading. At least to me it is. What it says is service hours increase, including related operational capital lease costs. But increased service hour increase is service hour increase. Hours where the service has been increased. At least that's what the words mean. So
I understand your point, yes.
Mr. Mitnick, did you have something?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, if the council desires, we'll gladly pull this off the agenda and then rewrite it and bring it back at the next meeting.
Well, I would appreciate that, because we have people asking regularly for increases in the service hours of dial-a-ride that would expand into evening hours and weekends and all kinds of things. And it's a very expensive program. We try and balance it, and we try and do a good job with it. This implies that we're spending, that we've got a service hour increase, when in actuality it really isn't a service hour increase, but it really is a service hour increase because of demand. So I'm having a little difficulty understanding this, and I think there's got to be a better way to say it when we're looking, especially when we're looking at a $100,000 increase or appropriation.
Let's pull it.
Okay, we will pull 7H. On item 7I, Ms. Hong, on the second page it says not all VFDs are compatible with city existing carrier equipment. But when it makes a statement like that, it sounds like there are a lot of them that are, but it's still a sole source justification. So those two statements seem incompatible.
My understanding is that the carrier equipment that we have in the building this is compatible with the carrier equipment, and that's why we chose this. You're right, it does sound like not all, but really the system that we ended up picking here is what works with the carrier system we have.
I'm sorry, it didn't seem that clear. And again, I apologize that I didn't.
There's nothing compatible other than the carrier equipment that we have chosen to work with our air conditioning system.
right, and then I had a question for Ms. Hickman, or...
John
Actually,
Johnson.
Johnson.
handle if we're talking.
There is, the funding request is for $29,000 for a year, and what is it when it says approve expenditure not to exceed $159,000? Is that for?
It's for future years.
So it's for the next 5 years?
Correct. This is a five-year contract at $29,000 per year. So we're asking for $29,000 in 08-09, and then the difference for the future years, which will be budgeted at that point.
Thank you. Ms. Bildo-Pena?
Thank you. Mr. Adams, is this a service that is absolutely necessary, or can we do without it?
It is necessary because we have what we call a part-time retirement system for our part-time employees. This is in lieu of Social Security, and the city back in the early 90s had made a decision to take their part-time employees outside of Social Security and provide a defined benefit plan. And so this is not just services related to actuarial services, which are important for financial reporting, but it's also very important because these are the people who have the day-to-day contact with our part-time retirees. And so as an example, this is in lieu of PERS, but it's specifically for our part-time employees who would not fall under the PERS umbrella. So the answer to your question is it is necessary based on the fact that we have a part-time retirement system for our part-time employees. And the choice would be is we change that program, we go to Social Security, which is a lot more complicated than the current situation or their current program.
Thank you.
Ms. Bildo-Pena, you had 7-0.
Yes, this deals with the day labor site, and just for housekeeping purposes, when the remainder of the consent calendar will be approved or voted on, I will refrain from approving item 7-0. And I had also mentioned item X, but that was a mistake, so I won't need to have that pulled.
All right, and then actually 7R, we're skipping. Then there is and this is Mr. Spurgeon, I think, on 7V, the time extension for the completion of construction and public improvements at the Racket Club has, from the Lynn Road side, it looks like actually nothing has been done yet. Is that correct?
There are several development projects that are basically on hold. The developers have slowed their construction, and that's one of them. And so to keep bonds and insurance and that sort of thing in effect, even though they're not actively under construction, the subdivision improvement agreements need to be extended.
And they can just continue to, because hasn't that project been approved maybe 5 years ago?
I'm not sure exactly when that was approved. Let me check here. But there are additional fees that are required when they do extend it for inspection, and there's processing fees. So it's not these extensions do cost the developers money, obviously from our perspective, plus whatever their delay costs are.
All right.
That was, I'm sorry, that project was approved in 2006, okay. April 2006.
All right. Ms. Bildo-Pena?
Thank you. How many extensions has this project received thus far?
This is the first amendment to the subdivision agreement, so just one.
And they're allowed to have 3, correct?
No. I think you're thinking of the extensions for recording a map. This is a subdivision improvement agreement, and there's really no limit on it in terms of the number of extensions.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wartick, I'm glad you're up there. I just had a couple of quick questions on for the bid. It says that they're asking for a 5% increase in the annual assessment, and it was asked for by the management committee. Is that management committee is that voted on every year, or is that
Yes, that's good evening, Mayor and Council. That's provided for under state law. That's the maximum that the fees may be increased, and the board management committee takes a vote annually if it chooses to increase the amount.
But the makeup of the management committee,
it's basically the board, the BID's board of directors.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Oh, Ms. Villalpena.
Thank you. Actually, that was the item that I meant to pull rather than item X. Good evening, Mr. Wartic. Do we know why exactly we have a need to increase this by 5%?
Well, that's decided by the board based upon a variety of factors, including their own expenditures. They take into account inflationary costs. So that's why the state law provides for a maximum of 5%. They could vote at 1%, 2%, or anything below 5%.
And the city is paying this obviously because we are part of the business improvement district as property owners on the boulevard.
That's correct.
And if the city had not opted to do that, we would not be paying it, correct?
Well, I'm not clear on that. All properties within the area, which is about 3 miles, are members of the business improvement district, whether the property owners voted in favor or against the program. The bid was formed based upon a majority vote. As a matter of fact, the city did not vote in that plan and chose to allow the property owners to make that decision.
That was, I believe, the second step, not the first one. Thank you.
Okay, and then the very last thing, and this is for Ms. Albano, this is 7X. 2 questions on that. I had call from constituent that there is no mention of a SUP in here, and then the other question was on the golf course. Would it be accurate to say that the golf course would not be allowed to have smoking, or would they apply for an SUP?
Thank you. As to the SUP, if you turn to page 445 in the packet, and it's section 6-5.103, subsection 5, it's as it was. We read it 2 weeks ago when it was introduced. Nothing's been changed. It's any outdoor dining area except those receiving a special use permit, exempting them from this prohibition. And it is the intent of staff to come back to council at its next meeting on July 22nd with a permit program for you to adopt. So that will be happening on July 22nd. So the language is in here, and the ordinance as written does not affect the city's golf course outside play area, in the sense not play areas and playground, but actual greens and tees and that type of thing. But the city indoor area has never allowed smoking, and that will continue.
Thank you very much. And then we have 2 speakers. Hopefully, we didn't already pass the ones that you had questions on. The first speaker is Mark Sullivan, and he will be followed by Nick Kidway. Sorry, Mr. Glancy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can revert back to 7.0, I'd like to get some words from Mr. Mitnick, since we not uncommonly hear rather disparaging remarks about the day labor site, and the fact that we use CDBG funds to help with it. I would like to hear what benefit has occurred since we've had the day labor site and have employed the services that we do.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I understand the question correctly as it relates to this agenda item, the consulting services provided by the firm in here. In a word, it's been invaluable, and that would be echoed, I'm certain, by our police chief, Dennis Carpenter, and the police officers, as well as Caroline Milton, our analyst that manages the CDBG funds. The purpose of the consultant is to provide a face-to-face communication with the day laborers to make sure that they stay in the designated area, and to the best of the consultant's ability, and working with the police department to discourage the day laborers from wandering onto Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Hampshire and some of the other streets. And that's mainly a result of the residents who pick up the day laborers and the contractors. We're trying hard, and we have been for a long time, and it's been very successful. And again, a word of caution here, this is not a situation or an issue that the city of Thousand Oaks created. This goes back, Caroline, at least 2 decades, into the early 80s, when there used to be a hardware store, Rob's Hardware there, where Tri-Valley Supply Store is, I'm not sure if that's the right name. And the day laborers were gathering at Crescent and Fairview for many years, and the community came in very large numbers demanding that the city do something to get them off that location, and that's why they were moved to the Royal Oak site several years ago. Sorry for the long-winded answer, but the program has worked very well. We're not using City of Thousand Oaks tax dollars. These are monies coming from Washington HUD money through the CDBG program. This is a program that HUD strongly supports, and the day laborers predominantly live in the neighborhood, and that's what the consultant does, and Dennis Carpenter, I'm sure could add to that. Sorry for the long-winded answer. It's a complicated issue. There's no easy answer.
All right, Mr. Sullivan, you're up. Good evening.
By the city, with respect to the comment by the city attorney, I beg to differ with her, or at least to raise a question, because when it comes to smoking under California law, this state very strictly treats anybody under 18 as being a child. I mean, that's pretty clear. When it comes to that regulation, that's strictly enforced. And the definition of playground in this ordinance says any recreation area designed in whole or in part. It doesn't say in substantial part. It says in any part to be used by children that has been designed, that's on public property, et cetera, et cetera. I submit that the city golf course is currently being used by high school sports teams and the like, and if this law is to be enforced by people like some of the politicians I heard addressing here on June 24th, with that kind of zeal, I see no prohibition to this language being extended to make it illegal to smoke on the golf course because it is being used in part by high school children and the high school team. That's one big ambiguity. Second big ambiguity is the outdoor gathering area and social events. When we used to have the Father's Day car show out at Cal Lutheran, as I read this definition, outdoor exhibition, etc., we would have the incredible situation in this city that you could run a 1935 Cadillac with no emission controls whatsoever, but if the guy that brought the Cadillac lights up a cigar, he gets fined a couple $100. That's crazy. I submit this ordinance is exceptionally broadly worded. It is too broadly worded, and if I'm going to take at face value the comments that I heard from the City Council that it's being designed strictly to address health issues, it should be tailored as such. I mentioned I have no financial interest in tobacco, but I do practice law, and I got to admit I've had numerous calls from people that say, will this be an impingement on their personal privacy interests? We got a California state constitutional provision on privacy. And I think an application of something criminalizing conduct such as smoking a cigar on a golf course where there's no science to support it does raise a significant question. I would note finally that this ordinance requires that signs be posted any place where smoking is prohibited. I have visions of a city with no smoking signs more ubiquitous than the current Prop 65 warnings, which are plenty ubiquitous enough. Is note, it says a sign will be must be placed any place where smoking is prohibited that falls within these parameters. We could literally have the city covered with no smoking signs, which is a form of blight in its own right. Again, submit, I think this ordinance is very broadly worded. It needs a closer look if the City Council really cares about tailoring it just to address, perceived health hazards and real health hazards. I think some of them are grossly overdone, but that decision's already been made by the council. Thank you.
Mr. Kidway?
Nick Iqbal Kidwai, Director Concerned City Thousand Oaks. I apologize to the residents for extending the meeting, but this is a very important subject and has been near and dear to me and a lot of concerned citizens for a long time, which is the abuse of the consent calendar by the staff. I did write something this time, and it's in your green packet. The wind of my arguments has been deflated regarding Measure X or 7X, the smoking. I did call a few people who spoke at the last meeting, and I was told that the city attorney informed them that the SUP is indeed included. I could not read it. I'm not an attorney, so I guess that's why they are paid the big bucks. However, my contention still is that the language in this ordinance does not reflect what the city council people said and the motion to have the SUP. And rather than being in a hurry, you should really change some of this language so that it will also help the inspectors when the SUPs are being looked at, because right now, if you read it, and the problem is most of us do not read these things. I read this a couple of times over the weekend, and it just makes secondhand smoke seem like, I mean, there was a lady here with Lou Gehrig's disease. I mean, there's no comparison. But if you read that, I mean, you would think that you were getting Lou Gehrig's disease by just being 10 feet away from a smoker. It's disgusting. And nothing will be done, so, but I guess I still have only one government, so I cannot just sit and let things happen. I mean, Mr. Fox, I mean, I talked about the ballot measure for this, for the theaters, but there's no response from staff, from council. I don't know if it's a political issue or what, but regarding number U, which is administering the grant from the federal government, why is it that the city has to take the maximum amount? I mean, this money is to help low-income people, and it's coming out of their mouths to well-fed mouths at the city. And, you know, that's one of the reasons, I mean, there are so many people here, majority of them are conservative, and they do not believe in a lot of money or money going out for handouts. Just like 7P, I mean, I'm surprised that nobody has brought it up from the council even. This $50,000 grant for Phantom Electronics to improve his business was approved in 2000, 8 years ago, and now he's asking for an extension. Part of the package says that he's going to improve his front door by $2,100, and that's what I wrote down. I need a front door for my house. I mean, $3,000, $3,100. I mean, just provide me a door, and I won't speak for the consent calendar for the rest of the year. Right, Mr. Mitnick, what a bargain.
Thank you, All right, thank you, Mr. Kidway. Mr. Fox?
Yeah, thanks. Let me ask Ms. Albano, just in regard to some of the items Mr. Sullivan brought up. Would it cause a great deal of hardship if we just inserted into there the exception of the golf course? I recognize that your interpretation is there, but it seems to me that that would be a pretty simple addition to the language to specifically exclude golf courses, play areas.
You can't insert it tonight. To do so would mean that you would have to put off the whole ordinance. One thing I would suggest that you might want to do is, if the council feels like that needs to be done, since we're coming back on July 2nd with ordinance amendments that will deal with the permit issues, we can include it then. Otherwise, if you insert that now, then it has to be reintroduced for its first reading. It wouldn't be, then you would come back on the 22nd to adopt the whole thing. So you just, you know, you're putting it off.
All right. Unless there's objection from the council, and we can. I don't think it's something that's that critical that we need to put off for tonight. But when it's coming back for the second reading, is that what you're saying? This is the second reading.
This is the second reading. On July 22nd, we are going to be coming back with ordinance amendments.
Okay, then we can deal with it there?
We can deal with it there if that's the consensus of the council, and I see a whole bunch of shaking heads, so we'll bring back that language, and then you can decide at that time whether you want it or not.
If there's no objection, then I'd like that to be included. And then the second issue is...
Councilmember Gillette?
I ask you a question. Where on the golf course then, if down at the starter shack, which is part of the golf course, and you're going to have the kids from Thousand Oaks High School standing there, that's okay to smoke there?
No.
Is that what this provision's saying?
No, I think as I understood Mr. Sullivan, it was actually on the course. If you're, for example, if the high school teams are out there playing their high school golf, and you happen to be in close proximity to them, there may be some prohibition depending on somebody's interpretation. I'm just saying that it seems to me if the intent of the council is to not allow smoking at a golf course, period, then we wouldn't want to amend it. If the intent is to allow for that, then we probably should specifically say you can smoke on the golf course. I just throw that out there.
Okay.
I didn't know you can smoke on the golf course, but I guess you can.
Ms. Albano?
Since there's been such an ambiguity raised, I would suggest that tonight, you're going to adopt the ordinance as is. We will come back, and I believe that if it's council's intent to prohibit smoking on the golf course, then we might want to make that clear. And if it's the intent of the council to allow smoking on the golf course, we should probably make that clear, because there has been such an ambiguity raised.
We need to discuss that. I can tell we're going to need to discuss that.
And so we will bring that option back when we come back on July 22nd, and then the council can actually discuss it on July 22nd.
Okay, then the second item that Mr. Sullivan brought up was this issue of, for example, the car show at Cal Lutheran. My question is, if you have on private property, a private event that is, for example, invitation only, not necessarily the right example, but private property, private event, invitation only, not open to the public, would smoking be precluded?
The definition in the ordinance says it has to be open to the general public.
Okay.
If it's a private event, then the ordinance would not be.
Okay.
If it's a private event where it's invitation only, then it's not the general public.
You sell tickets. You sell tickets.
Okay.
If you don't have a ticket, you can't get in.
It says it's a non-enclosed area accessible to the general public where people are gathered to witness or participate in any event. Such gathering and event areas include permanent or temporary grandstand, bleachers, other sitting areas, standing areas, viewing areas, playing courts, fields, circulation. I mean, it is a very broad subject, but the whole idea is that where you have a large gathering of people, even though it's outdoors, that there wouldn't be smoking allowed, except for 60 minutes before or 60 minutes after. I mean, we talk about all that's explained in here.
Can we please
What I'm saying,
can we please hold it down?
but there's also the ability on that section that the code, as it's written, says any outdoor gathering and event area except in separate designated smoking areas. So you can have a designated smoking area. This prohibition applies from the time 60 minutes before the event to 60 minutes after. And the reason we do that is someone could go and rent an outdoor area, and it's just a limited event. It's not that smoking would always be prohibited in that outdoor area. It's only because there is an event taking place there.
Okay. We got that cleared up, didn't we? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna bring back at least the issue of the golf course when we deal with the special use permit.
And I am curious about, can we have it quiet, please? Thank you. The issue of signs, can we clarify that later on also?
I'm not sure what you want clarified for the signs. The sign section says, shall be conspicuously posted at the public entrance of a public place where smoking is prohibited by this chapter. So, for example, if there's no smoking at the food court area at Jan's Mall, there would be, at the entrance to the food court area, arguably there would be the sign with the cigarette and the universal cross-out would be suffice. And so it specifies. It doesn't mean they're going to be all over the city, but I would suggest that if the council has concerns about the ordinance, you've raised a number of them, then it's up to you whether you actually want to adopt it tonight or not.
All right. Councilmember Jones.
I don't know where you are on the consent calendar. So are we just focusing on X, or has the rest of the business been taken care of, or is it?
No, 7H is pulled. 7O we have to vote on separately, so would you like to move 7O?
I'll move 7O.
Okay, vote on 7O. And then there is 7I and RV.
I'll move I, R, and V.
Can I?
I, N, R, and V.
Mayor,
Yes?
May I announce the vote for 7-0 is 4-1. Councilmember Bill de La Pena dissenting.
Okay, it's INRV. You're moving INRV. Vote, please.
INRV.
Okay, and then the last one is 7X.
I'll move 7. Oh, wait a minute, she needs a response on that.
Could you vote on the previous one? The machine
Voting on
wasn't, clear.
INRV.
Okay, go ahead.
Vote again, please.
That carried 5-0.
7X.
I'll move 7X.
That motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Glancy dissenting.
All right, there we are. We're moving on to department reports, and we are going to be taking 8A1 and 8A2 together. We are going to have Mr. Mitnick make the introductory remarks, please.
Okay, Madam Mayor, members of the public, this is the proposed mobile home park initiative. And how we're going to handle this is I'm going to provide a little bit of background, some introductory comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to the Community Development Director, John Prescott, to go into the impact analysis report. Housekeeping items. There are two reports, as the Mayor mentioned. The first one is item 8A1, that's on pages 1 through 59, and that deals with the impact analysis report itself. Item 8A2, which runs from pages 60 to 127, that is the elections code component of this, and the city clerk will be discussing that. And these reports are also available on the city's website, and copies can be obtained from staff. In addition, we have put out in the entryway a couple hundred copies of the June 2008 version of the mobile home park fact sheet that the city has compiled. We've been doing this for a few months now, and it's been updated. Well, it's important to understand a little bit of history here with respect to the city's effort in dealing with mobile home parks. This city has a reputation that is as strong as any in California in terms of protecting mobile home park tenants, many of whom are here tonight. I'd like to just hit some of the highlights to understand the stage that's being set on this issue and how we got to where we are tonight. In 1975, the city approved the Ranch Mobile Home Park, located on Los Feliz, as the first and the only income and age restricted park. That's the only technically affordable mobile home park, or a mobile home park that provides technically legally defined affordable housing units that are restricted by the income of the tenants who reside there. All the other parks, all the other 8, are not income or age restricted. Well, income for certain, not 100% certain on the age component. In 1980, the city was in the forefront in adopting its current rent control ordinance. I think the technical term is a rent stabilization ordinance. It is one of the most restrictive in California. We've been told that there are 105 cities that have rent control for mobile home parks. We've been told by those on the other side who represent the owners that it's one of the 3 most stringent in California, maybe one of the most stringent in the United States. The owners cannot even keep up with inflation in terms of the rent that they charge. That's written into the ordinance. It's written into the ordinance. In 1987, the Redevelopment Agency began its longstanding housing rehabilitation program by which millions of dollars have been provided to mobile home park tenants for very low interest. Often the interest is forgiven. Low interest loans and grants. Since 1999, that's the most recent period which we had records. From 1999 until a few months ago, $1.5 million in grants and or loans were provided to a total of 250 mobile home park or mobile home owners. I'm sure many of whom are here tonight. Over the last decade, the city has assisted at least one park, perhaps others, with infrastructure challenges and deficiencies where the general taxpayers picked up the tab for infrastructure assistance, including water failures at one park. It's been a recurring challenge. Back in toward the end of 2005, the current situation started to raise its head with respect to a new mobile home park owner who was going forward with a closure of the park that he owned. That's the Canal Mobile Home Park. That resulted in a very strong response from City Council to go through a series of moratoriums on conversions and closures. Ended up being a de facto 2-year moratorium, which is the longest that is allowed by state law. And that, again, was in response to the January 06 proposal to close the Canal Mobile Home Park. In March of 06, City Council adopted one of the most stringent mobile home park closure and conversion ordinances in the state. And what that did put in place for all the tenants in the 9 mobile home parks was, rather than a 6-month notice requirement, it put in place a 24-month notice requirement. Rather than only being eligible for $1,500 in relocation assistance, it provided for considerably more in terms of relocation assistance, and also considerable significant protections were put into place. And that's detailed in this fact sheet and in the actual ordinance itself. In January of 08, the City Council, in response to the residents at Canal Mobile Home Park were requesting, actually changed the land use or the general plan designation at Canal Mobile Home Park and Elms, which is adjacent to it, from commercial to high density residential. It was these two mobile home park sites had a previous commercial general plan designation. So when the new owner of the Canal Mobile Home Park came into the picture, he wanted to do what the property allowed, a commercial use, which would have meant all of the existing 49 tenants would have to be relocated off the site. So in response to that, the City Council changed that designation to allow the tenants to stay on the site. Really, in essence, the general plan designation did 3 things. 1, it removed the commercial usage designation. 2, it offered the best chance to retain housing on those 2 parcels. 3, it provided the only opportunity to obtain permanent affordable housing covenants and long-term protection, which was not there previously. Then in April of 2008, City Council was one of the first cities in California to formally adopt a resolution opposing the statewide ballot measure Proposition 98, which would have done away with rent control and been detrimental to the mobile home park tenants statewide and in general in this community in particular. City Council also was one of the first to adopt a resolution that night to support Proposition 99, which did pass, which keeps the protections that you have in place. And over the last several months, as a result of City Council direction, Councilmember Fox has been working with the legal representative of many of the Canal Mobile Home Park tenants to do mediation efforts to get the best possible relocation outcome, and there have been a series of meetings in that effort. These are just some examples to explain how we got to where we are tonight. This city has a strong track record, clearly second to none in the county, one of the strongest in the state. I do want to stress that the city has for decades and continues to this day to work with mobile home park tenants, not against them, certainly not for the owners. The owners complain that we are not working on their behalf, so the city's sort of stuck in the middle. It's a delicate balancing act. I do want to also put to bed some information that's been circulating through the community through direct phone calls and so on. The city is not planning or working to close or convert parks into condos or things to this effect. There's been some very interesting information circulating out there. There's no substance or truth behind that. I just want to state that for the record. Okay, the Mobile Home Park Initiative, what's before council tonight, that goes back to March 3rd, 2008, when the city received its first official notice that a petition was being circulated on a proposed initiative. dealing with protecting senior and workforce housing at the mobile home parks. On May 16, 2008, the petition was officially filed with the city. On May 27th of 2008, City Council directed staff to comply with state law and prepare an impact analysis report. That's on the agenda tonight. On June 10th, City Council did two things. One, it certified the petition that came in with all the signatures. A necessary number of signatures were gathered in the community. That was submitted, and the council did certify that on June 10th. And it also, the City Council, it also reconfirmed its direction to have the impact analysis report prepared. It takes time to prepare a report, and we have to stay within a very strict response timeline that the state dictates. So here we are tonight on July 8th, and staff will be presenting that impact analysis report. So what we're going to do at this time is our Community Development Director, John Prescott, sitting over to my right, he will, in a couple minutes, present the impact report, its findings, in terms of the land use and financial and some housing impacts. Then City Attorney Amy Albano will comment on the legal impacts. And then after that, our City Clerk will walk through the state election code options for City Council. At that point, City Council will be able to ask questions of staff, and then the mayor will call for public testimony. So those who've submitted cards and would like to ask questions or make comments or statements, you will be able to do so. After that, City Council will hold its deliberations and take action. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Prescott.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick and members of the City Council. We do have a PowerPoint, if we could get that on the screens. I'm going to describe the impact analysis report and the findings relating to land use, planning, zoning, and housing, and then the City Attorney will step in with the legal matters towards the end. The Council did request staff to prepare this impact analysis on May the 27th and reaffirm that on June the 10th. And it has been prepared principally by myself and Senior Planner Jeff Spector, who is to my left, as well as the City Attorney. I'll go through first the background, then which involves not only the physical setting in terms of the mobile home parks in the city, but also the regulations that the city has with respect to processing general plan amendments and zone changes, and the regulations that were recently updated regarding mobile home park changes of use, closures, and subdivisions. And then I'll go into a description of the provisions of the initiative, and then an analysis of the specific impacts that we see with the initiative. And then, as I mentioned earlier, turn it over to Ms. Albano for the legal analysis. The city has 9 mobile home parks. They comprise about 1,057 spaces, which is about 1% of, or less than 1% of the city's land area, and about 2% of our housing stock. All of the parks in Thousand Oaks are rental parks in which the people who live in the mobile homes or the people who own the mobile homes themselves rent the space from a park owner. None of the parks are situations in which the mobile homeowner actually owns the land underneath their mobile home. 5 of the parks are in the east central part of Thousand Oaks. They're shown on this map. They're all actually within probably 3/4 of a mile of City Hall here. The Ranch Mobile Home Park on Los Feliz Drive. We have the Crestview Trailer Park near the corner of Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Canal School Road. Thunderbird Oaks Park, which is across Canal School Road from the lakes. And the Twin Palms Park on Skyline Drive. In the western part of the community, we have Vallecito on Old Canal Road, Ventu Estates and Ventu Park Villa, which are adjacent to each other on Ventu Park Road just south of Lynn, and Elms Plaza and Canal, located on Newberry Road. The mobile home parks, the city has a general plan, as the council is aware, with a number of elements, and one of those elements is the land use element. It sets the city's policy for how land will be used in the community, not just now, but out into the future. 7 of the 9 parks have that residential designation, either medium-density residential. The city's general plan designations are based on density from very low to high. They do not limit the type of development by housing type, and we do not have a general plan category that's specifically restricted to or only for mobile homes. This table shows the land use element designation of the different mobile home parks. Thunderbird Oaks, Vallecito, Ventura Estates, Ventura Park Villa are all in medium density residential on our general plan. And that means that whatever use goes there, whether it's a mobile home park or in the event of a closure of a park and a change of zoning to allow a different kind of housing, then that would have to be a medium density housing, which would typically be a condominium project, a townhouse type project. The Ranch, Elms, and Canal mobile home parks are high density on the general plan. That's the density range more suited to apartment development. The Twin Palms Park, actually the future land use at the time our general plan was adopted that the people envisioned was a transition to commercial uses on the southerly part, which is closer to Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and industrial on the northerly part. The Crestview Trailer Park, very small, is shown as commercial on our general plan. The council is aware of recent changes in the general plan relating to Elms Plaza and Canal, in which they were changed from commercial to high-density residential. These were really an outgrowth of the word that came about a few years ago that the park had been sold, which occurred, and there was an intended change of use to close the park and redevelop that area with commercial uses and assisted living. And the city felt that in the event a park closed, that it would be much better if the redevelopment were to be a residential nature, so the city would not lose housing stock, and high-density residential offered the best chance to build housing at densities and affordability levels that could accommodate residents that might actually be displaced if those parks did close. That was a description of our general plan. The next level of land use regulation is our zoning ordinance, which is more detailed. We have 9 basic residential zones, each have different kinds of subzones. The TPD, or Trailer Park Development Zone, is the only one that allows mobile home parks, and 6 of the 9 mobile home parks actually have that TPD zoning in place now. This table shows the actual zoning of the different parks. Caneo, the only part that's C2 is a small strip of land on Newberry Road, which is not actually used for the siting of mobile homes. The next 5, they're all zoned TPD. Elms Plaza is the one which the City Council did rezone to RPD 30, which is a high-density residential zone and would accommodate many units, including affordable housing units, if a redevelopment ever took place. Twin Palms, actually, the bulk of that is in the TPD zone. There are small pieces of C2 and M1 zoning there. And the Crestview Park is C2, which is a highway commercial zone. And the CC stands for Civic Center Overlay, and it restricts the kinds of commercial uses somewhat. The city's process, because the initiative does change the process, or could change the process in the event somebody wanted to change the zoning or general plan designation of a mobile home park. Right now, a general plan amendment or zone change would be initiated by the council itself or an application filed by a landowner. That proposal would then be reviewed by the staff. We'd write a staff report evaluating its consistency with city planning policies and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. And also an environmental report is required by state law. That could be an environmental impact report or negative declaration. The decision then would go to the city's planning commission, which is appointed by the city council, and they would conduct a public hearing, notice provided to everybody who owned property within 500 feet, and plus a number of other measures to make sure the word got out. The Planning Commission would hear public testimony and then make a recommendation to council. Council would conduct its own public hearing and render a decision. That's the process in place now if somebody wanted to change the zoning or general plan designation of a mobile home park, or for that matter, any other property in the city. The city also has a very up-to-date ordinance on mobile home park closures and conversions, and that was updated by the city in 2006, again as an outgrowth of the sale of the Canal Mobile Home Park and the announced plan to close it. The city did enact a moratorium on closures and conversions in early 2006, and that moratorium was subsequently extended until earlier this year, I think in March, and it did expire at that time. But during that interim, the city did adopt the updated mobile home park closure and conversion ordinance. That ordinance does require city approval of an impact report, which must include a relocation assistance and mitigation plan in the event of a park closure. The initiative, which has qualified and has enough signatures to qualify for the ballot, and which we have evaluated in the report, does a number of things. First, it creates a new general plan land use designation called mobile home exclusive, and it changes the land use designation on our general plan for all the mobile home parks from the different categories that I described earlier to mobile home exclusive. It also, at the zoning level, rezones all of the mobile home parks to TPD. Most of them are already zoned TPD, so this would primarily affect Crestview, which is zoned commercial, and Elms Plaza, which is zoned RPD 30. There are small slivers of commercial land on the same properties as Caneo and Twin Palms, but those would not be affected by the rezoning because those are not part of the mobile home parks proper. The initiative also would require voter approval once the properties had been placed in that general plan designation and zoning. In order to change that to any other categories, it would require voter approval in addition to the regular process that I described a few moments ago. The exception would be that a vote of the people would not be required if the park owner pays the displaced tenants the reasonable cost of relocation as specified in the initiative, and we'll get into that in a little bit later. And we'll get into that right now. The park owner proposing to close or change the park has to pay the reasonable costs. The ordinance initiative would also require retention of a relocation counselor to help the tenants that might be displaced. The reasonable cost of relocation in the ordinance initiative would be defined as, if feasible, relocating and paying all attendant costs to a mobile home park that had an open space within 20 miles. And in the event that could not occur, which would be the typical situation, that it would not be able to occur, then the owner of the mobile home park would have to pay relocation payments, which would comprise the in-place market value of the mobile home, the moving costs of the tenant and their possessions to alternative housing, first and last month's rent, and any security deposit at the new home. And the sum of all the payments could not be less than that required if a public agency were doing the same thing under the California Relocation Assistance Law. For example, if the city needed to relocate mobile homeowners due to a road widening. And the difference with the current ordinance that we have, in our current ordinance we have a menu of options, one of which is in place, market value, but there are other options too, and it's all within the overriding limit under state law that the total cannot exceed the cost of relocation. The initiative mandates a specific amount of relocation assistance, specifically by requiring the in-place market value. And That is different under the city's ordinance. The city would be able to pick from that menu to craft a specific relocation plan or approve a specific relocation plan based on the circumstances and facts of a given closure proposal. The initiative does allow park owners and tenants to agree on an alternate program. The existing city ordinance does the same. And also, it contains a provision that the park owner can request an adjustment to the specified obligations to avoid an unconstitutional taking of property. The city ordinance has a similar provision, the one that's in effect now that the initiative would replace. As to mobile home park subdivisions, again, that's a case where it's all one property and the owner rents spaces to people. Converting it to a subdivision would actually be a way to allow the people to own the land underneath the mobile home and also a share of the entire common area of the park. None of the parks in Thousand Oaks are in that configuration now, and the initiative would provide that if such an event occurred, the tenants, well, actually state law, I'm going to back up a little bit. The city does have a rent stabilization ordinance which restricts annual rent increases in our rental parks. If a park is converted to resident ownership, then the city's rent stabilization ordinance would be preempted by state law. State law also gives park tenants the option to purchasing spaces or remaining as renters. And then if they remain as renters in the park once it was subdivided, they can still rent the individual space. Then the annual rent increases are limited if they are low income, and for tenants who are not low income, then the state allows the rents to be raised to whatever the market rate would be in that area for over a period of 4 years. The initiative, as it relates to subdivision, would make a requirement that the conversion must be bona fide, which basically means that it's for the purpose of enabling the conversion of the ownership of the park to go to the residents of the park. And if anyone proposing a conversion would need to file a survey of the residents in the park, and if the residents, more than 50% of the residents supported the conversion, it would be presumed by the city to be bona fide. 20 to 50% support. The burden's on the owner to show that the majority of the tenants will become owners in the park within a reasonable period of time. And less than 20% support, it's presumed not to be bona fide. The city, under the initiative, would only be allowed to approve bona fide subdivisions, but there would still be the ability of the park owner to demonstrate that even though they didn't have the 20% support, it still was bona fide. That would be something they would have a further obligation to prove. Just to conclude with the initiative, it doesn't have a sunset date. Many of the other initiatives that the city is familiar with do have sunset dates, which means they expire after a certain period of time. This one does not. And it would remain in effect unless otherwise modified or terminated by a vote of the electorate. In other words, it can't be changed unless the voters themselves decide to change it. In terms of the impact analysis, at the time the council requested the impact analysis, we recommended to the council, and they concurred, that we focus primarily on general plan, zoning, specific plans, land uses, the impact on housing and our housing obligations under state law, and legal analysis. The elections code, state elections code section that deals with impact analysis has many other potential topics, which I'll talk about briefly in a moment. But these were the primary focuses of our analysis, and sections 6 through 8 of the report deal with those three specific topics. The other topics that the election code specifies for impact reports on initiatives, and initiatives run the broad range of spectrum of all public affairs, not just mobile home park issues. are listed here. We did, in the report, deal with each of those in a paragraph or two. Basically, I'm just going to summarize very briefly on fiscal impacts. There might be a small increase to city revenue if mobile home parks were redeveloped with other uses, particularly commercial uses. However, we did not feel that was significant given the fact that parks could convert under our existing ordinance. They would most likely happen over a long period of time, and they are relatively a small amount of the city's land area that it probably wouldn't have a big effect. And all of the analysis is based on our basic finding that the adoption of the ordinance would make it more difficult and more expensive to close a mobile home park or convert it to subdivide it to resident ownership. So it would have an effect of delaying land use change that might otherwise occur in the future. In terms of infrastructure funding and costs, basically new development is required to put in the infrastructure to serve it. So it's sort of a wash there. To the extent that the initiative tended to keep the parks as they are now, there would not be the need for new infrastructure. One issue that we do note in the staff report relating to one of the mobile home parks is that it does not have a water supply that is in all cases adequate, and from time to time the city does have to go in and help provide water. If the initiative is enacted, that park would have a greater tendency to stay there for a longer period of time, and that particular issue might not be resolved. Attraction and retention of businesses and jobs, we didn't feel there was an impact because the sites where the mobile home parks are located now are, for the most part, even if redeveloped, wouldn't be a major source of new businesses and jobs in the community. The next topic, most of that doesn't apply because the parks are already developed and none of them are located in a business district. Traffic congestion, the parks, existing parks tend to be low traffic generators. To the extent the initiative would keep them in place for a longer period of time, there would probably be a minor, small positive effect on traffic congestion in that new development would not occur that might bring more traffic than the parks do. The areas designated for redevelopment, basically only one of the parks, and that is the Crestview Park, is in one of the city's redevelopment project areas. That is a site, it's a small park, and it's near Canal School Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and designated for commercial development. To the extent that the initiative hinders redevelopment or conversion of the parks, then that site would not be available for redevelopment. It's also functionally related to other properties in that area that might redevelop in the future, so it would tend to have a negative effect on the redevelopment of a slightly larger area as well. And I'm going to back up a little bit to fiscal impacts. One of the potential fiscal impacts that's addressed in the staff report that is presented with the impact analysis and also in the legal part would be potential exposure of the city to costs of defending lawsuits that might be filed, challenging either the ordinance on its face, which, as you'll hear from the city attorney, we do not feel would be successful, but also any decision that the city might render under the ordinance on a specific park closure at some point in time in the future. We've looked at the effect of the initiative on our general plan. Would it create any inconsistencies? No. We feel that it doesn't include anything that's inconsistent with our current general plan, any of the elements of the general plan, or the policies of our general plan. It would make changes to the land use, but those changes would not create any inconsistency with the zoning, because the zoning would be changed at the same time, and they reflect existing uses which are permissible under the general plan now. None of the mobile home parks are located in any of our, I think we have 11 or 12 specific plan areas that include about 40% of the city. So none of those specific plans are affected by the initiative. We do see a potential effect as we go forward with the proposed Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, although the boundaries of that plan have not been firmed up. We feel that the Twin Palms Park and the Crestview Park could have an effect on that specific plan because they are located either immediately adjacent to where we think it will be, or because in the case of Twin Palms, it's located within the boundaries of the Business Improvement District, which is the entity financing the preparation of the specific plan for the city. So if the initiative is enacted, then those mobile home land uses will be basically set in our general plan, and actually changing the city's land use policy with respect to those two parks, and the specific plan would have to be consistent with that change. Measure E is it's a part of our ordinance that was placed into the code by the voters in 1996, and it restricts the city from making certain general plan amendments that would increase residential density or increase commercial acreage above the levels of those two factors that existed in 1996 without approval by the voters as well as the city council through the process I described earlier. The initiative would add a new general plan category that really is not part of that Measure E calculus because it does not have a density range, so there's no direct way to compare a change, let's say, from medium density to mobile home exclusive or whatever. However, we do not feel that that is an issue in terms of adopting the initiative because the initiative, although it changes the land use designations of the different parks, it does not change the use of the properties. And therefore, our conclusion is that Measure E is, or the initiative is neutral as to Measure E. The land use element changes it would make do not raise a Measure E issue. At a point in time in the future, if a general plan amendment comes forward to change mobile home exclusive to some other designation, then there will be a need for an interpretation as to how you would do the calculations that are required by Measure E, another voter-approved initiative, voter-approved measure. The second area that we focused on was housing, and we looked at the availability and location of housing. First of all, the initiative would, because it would reduce the likelihood that the parks would be closed and changed to allow other land uses, it would tend to encourage the preservation of the existing mobile home parks and mobile home stock in the community. And by the same token, over a long term, discourage new market rate housing, and also including housing with long-term affordability covenants, and that would come through probably if the parks were ever rezoned to high-density residential. We've also looked at the impact of the initiative on the efforts the city is now undergoing to meet mandates by the state of California regarding housing. One part of our general plan is the housing element, and it's an element of the general plan that the state requires us and all other cities to update on a periodic basis, and we are currently working on the update. Actually, that planning period is 2006 to 2014, not 2004. And the housing element law is much more stringent now, as the council is aware from previous reports we've given. One of the things the city has to do is to provide zoning at high enough densities in the city to accommodate our fair share of regional housing need. It's not just, it's both the total number of units, which is about 1,800 dwelling units over that time period, but also it's broken down by income category. And to satisfy the lower income categories, the city has to demonstrate that we have high-density zoning in place or have a program in our housing element to rezone properties to high density over the planning period. Presently, we do not have enough high-density zoning to accommodate the required need, and therefore we will need a program in our housing element that the council will consider later this year, which will involve changes in land use designations and zoning. In fact, as we did earlier this year with the general plan amendment and rezoning for the Canal and Elms Plaza parks, was to enable those sites to have the densities on them that would be recognized by the state as appropriate densities to accommodate housing, and particularly the lower income housing. So the effect of the initiative is that it will change those designations on those two parks back to, well, not back to, it would change them to the new mobile home exclusive designation, which we would not be able to demonstrate to the state that that zoning was sufficient to meet the required housing numbers they have given us. And that means that other sites elsewhere in the city will need to be rezoned, and will, as part of the housing element, have a program that lists potential sites that could be considered. But to that extent, the initiative, if it's enacted, it makes the city's job in providing these sites a little bit harder. And by sites, I mean sites with zoning on them that the state recognizes. The city is not actually obligated to go ahead and make the housing happen. We're just obligated to make the zoning, put the zoning in place. Another element of housing impact is state housing law, Government Code Section 65863, and it's a prohibition of cities from basically downzoning property, taking property in one zone, a high zone, high density zone, and rezoning it to a lower zone if that density, that particular property, was used as one of the sites in our housing element. The housing element we have in effect now was adopted in 2000, and none of the mobile home parks were included as sites where the city would be meeting the housing need during that planning period. That's the different housing element than the one we're working on now. Going forward, we had planned to include those two mobile home park sites in the new housing element, and as I just described, that's not going to be possible if the initiative is enacted. But we do not have any problem with compliance with this particular state law because it relates to the housing element currently in effect, and the mobile homes were not a part of that housing element. Mobile home parks are not a part of that housing element. And at this point, I'll turn it over to the city attorney, Amy Albano, to talk about the legal impact analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Madam Mayor, members of the council, members of the viewing public, the audience, and city staff. First, I'd like to just explain a little bit of background about how the legal analysis was done. The city attorney's office, based on an appropriation that the council made back in March, did hire the law firm of Edmund, Lincoln, Turek, and Heater to assist us in advising the city attorney's office on the initiative. That firm was chosen because they have a reputation statewide, very good reputation with cities, that they have defended cities all over the state, their mobile home ordinance closures and rent stabilization ordinances. And the legal analysis that's part of the impact report was done in part in reliance on the information received from them, as well as the advice that we received, as well as the city attorney conducted their own research on the initiative. The legal analysis in the initiative really spoke to three main questions, and I'm going to briefly go over those and discuss the analysis that was included in the report. So the first question raised was, does the payment of in-place market value to displaced tenants violate state law? And the reason we focused on that is this was a big difference in the initiative compared to the city's current closure ordinance. The current ordinance, as Mr. Prescott explained, has a menu of options that the decision maker would look at in determining what was reasonable relocation cost, and there was discretion, although one of the factors to look at is what in-place market value is. The initiative itself mandates that if a mobile home park can't be relocated, then in-place market value needs to be paid. The conclusion is that this is an open question. It's undecided by the courts. That the government code section that governs park closures does not define what type of relocation cost is permissible or considered reasonable cost. This type, I want to just say, if the city were to be sued over this issue, this type of lawsuit could be brought by a park owner after passage of the initiative. It wouldn't be separate from a constitutional taking claim, and instead would be based on a violation that the state law preempts the initiative, that term of the initiative. The analysis is that the initiative requires relocation upon park closure, the payment of in-place market value, that the government code section that governs the closure of change of use of mobile home park, not requiring a land subdivision, such, for example, if you were converting a mobile home park to a hotel use, there would be no subdivision, so that specific government code section applies. And it provides that the decision-making party, the city council, for instance, could require as a condition of a change in the park or closure that the park owner take steps to mitigate any adverse impact on the ability of displaced residents to find adequate housing in a mobile home park. And then it goes on to say the steps required to be taken to mitigate shall not exceed the reasonable cost of relocation. But then the statute's silent as to what constitutes relocation costs. There's no published court decisions. The legislative history does not appear to shed any light on the matter. Therefore, it's open question as to whether the initiative's requirement would run afoul of that government code section. One could argue that a mobile home owner who cannot move their home upon park closure will lose much of the equity in their mobile home, and that loss of equity is an impact from the park closure, and that it's therefore is a cost that needs to be mitigated. But that is why it's an open question, because the other side of that argument is that the reasonable cost of relocation would not include that type of payment. There's a separate government code section in the Subdivision MAP Act that applies to subdivisions other than a park conversion. For example, if a park was to close through a subdivision and there was a change of use to, say, to single-family homes, that would necessitate a subdivision under the MAP Act. That section of the law is broader than the one I just talked about. Again, there's no definition of what relocation cost is, but that section of the law does not have the limiting language of reasonable cost of relocation. And furthermore, it specifically gives local governments the ability to enact more stringent measures than just what's in the Subdivision MAP Act. Therefore, the conclusion is so lawyer-like. There is no answer. It's really open to discussion, and it's eventually will probably be decided by a court of law. The second question that was looked at was whether the initiative results in a regulatory taking, either by itself or in combination with the city's mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. And what we mean by regulatory taking is that, is it so restrictive that a park owner could argue that they've lost their economic value, lost the use of the property, and therefore it's almost considered a physical taking? That's sort of in a nutshell. And the answer here is that it is our opinion that the initiative as written would survive. It means that it does not equate to a facial challenge, and I'm going to explain what all that means. And there, of course, is a caveat that I'll go into. A park owner's burden on a facial taking claim that's a constitutional claim they'd have to show that the initiative as applied to all parks would deprive it of substantially all economically viable use of the property. They would have to show that the change in their property value caused by the initiative is so severe that in actuality, the city has taken their use of the property for public use. Under the initiative, it may well be that in a given case, the required payment of in-place value of mobile homes could make a park closure economically impractical. The initiative, however, contains a saving clause which provides in part for an adjustment to require relocation assistance. In that case, if the cost of relocation was so high that it eliminated substantially all reasonable use or an economic value of the property, then the amount of the relocation could be adjusted by the decision maker, the city council, on a park closure. With this savings clause, an attack that the initiative is categorically is a facial economic taking would be defeated. So that clause in the initiative, even if we were challenged in court, we believe we would win on a facial challenge. In the past, mobile home park owners have sued cities alleging that the combination of rent control and restrictions on park closures or conversions amounted to a facial physical taking of their property. In all of those cases, including one at the United States Supreme Court, rejected such claims on its face. So what it's saying is initiatives like this one will survive as it's written. The question then becomes whether a particular park owner can show that as it's applied, meaning if a park owner goes through a closure procedure and believes that the cost of relocation is so prohibitive that they will argue that it is a constitutional taking. To sue the city under that challenge means that a park owner has to actually go through the closure process. In that case, the city could be subject to a challenge by the initiative, but I want to point out that the city's current closure ordinance, which has never been tested, could just as easily be subject to an implied challenge. And there's no answer about would we or wouldn't we win. I think the important thing to remember is that the council has discretion under the initiative to protect itself if there's a claim of an unconstitutional taking by reducing the amount of what's required for relocation assistance in a specific case if the mobile home park owner came forward with actual evidence of why it would be considered an economic taking. So that's an important clause in the initiative, and there's a similar clause in the current ordinance. The next question was, does the initiative violate the government code on subdividing a mobile home park when it's changed from a rental park to a resident ownership park? Right now, under state law, when there is an application by a park owner to change the park from rental to resident ownership, there has to be a survey. The state law doesn't specify what happens with that survey. The initiative in this case requires for a conversion to take place that there must be a finding that it's a bona fide conversion. And how you show, one of the ways to show that is by presumptions from the survey results. If 50% or more of the park residents are in support of the conversion, then there's a presumption that it's bona fide. If under 50% are in favor, so less than 50% are in favor of it, then there's basically presumptions that the park owner could overcome and would have to come forward with evidence showing that it is still a bona fide sale. And the reason this is very important to residents at parks is that under state law, if there is a conversion to residential ownership, once that first space is sold, then the park is no longer under rent control. And for low-income residents that meet the definition under state law, there's a new formula that would apply to their rents. And for everyone else, over a 4-year period, the rent can be increased to a market level. And the state law calls that it's an appraisal. That would happen whether the initiative was here or not, and it could happen under our current ordinance as well. It was our conclusion that the presumptions set out in the initiative would not violate the state law. Although there's no published decision on that, there have been lower court decisions that have upheld those presumptions, and there is a case now pending out of Sonoma County on that very issue. So we may have that answered for us shortly. But based on the reasoning of those lower court decisions, we opine that the survey presumptions do not violate the Subdivision Map Act. As to the fiscal impacts, if the city were sued, they would incur legal expenses, and it could get very costly. But I wanted to caution that depending on the type of legal challenge would make a difference on what kind of expenses would be incurred, and that, as I talked about, as either the current closure ordinance or an initiative, as it's applied to a specific park in a specific closure, either one could be subject to a constitutional taking argument. So the initiative isn't that different from the current law in that sense. Lastly, the city, in the supplemental green packet, received a letter from the law firm of Hart, King, and Coldren, written on behalf of the Vallecito Mobile Home Estates, setting out why they believe that the initiative violates different state laws and procedures, and all I can tell you is I've read this letter, and we totally disagree with all of their conclusions and do not believe they're correct in their analysis. Finally, staff is available to answer any questions concerning the impact analysis, myself, Mr. Prescott, and Mr. Spector. Thank you.
Questions of staff? Mr. Fox?
Yeah, Ms. Obano, I think I want to talk a little bit more about this conversion issue. But before I do that, let me ask this question. You indicated that both the current city ordinance and the proposed initiative both would be subject to the potential for the conversion of a rental unit to where they would own the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I guess my question would be would it be your opinion, and I recognize it's an opinion, that separately they are both subject to that, but if they are both put in place, we have an ordinance right now for a closing of parks. We have rent control, which is arguably the strongest in the state of California. If we adopt this initiative tonight and make it law, from your perspective, is that going to increase the likelihood that there could be more conversions? Because selling a park would be virtually impossible. Well, I wouldn't say impossible, but very, very difficult.
It's clearly just a separate opinion, which is that if you couple this rent control ordinance with the initiative provisions for closure, that it could be argued that it would give incentive to park owners to try to convert, only because of the fact that to do a closure would be arguably much more expensive under the initiative than the city's current ordinance, because of the mandate in it sets a floor for relocation expenses as well as the in-place market value. Now, whether that's really going to be the case or not, it could happen anyways, because our rent control has now been in place for over 22 years. It's the way it's written, and I say rent control, it's rent stabilization, but it goes back, the increases every year are based on the 1986 rental base. So any mobile home park owner may be more inclined to do that as so much time has gone by from the adoption of that ordinance, even if we didn't have the initiative. The other thing that could be an impetus to park owners looking to convert is there has been discussions ongoing at the state legislature to quote-unquote close the loophole so that on a conversion to resident ownership that you wouldn't lose rent control. And so some park owners may be feeling that this is the time to do it. So in my sense, you have the perfect storm conversion here, so the initiative would just be one more thing on top of all those issues.
Okay. So let's turn to the discussion about the conversion. And I'm not sure that there's a lot of folks here, and I know the staff covered a lot of stuff, and you may not be used to hearing it in terms of all the different issues that we look at. But this conversion issue, I think, is something very, very important that both the council has to have an understanding of, and I think the folks here and those watching at home have to have an understanding of. As I understand the conversion issue, one of the things that came up was that if even one property chooses to go through the conversion process, meaning the park owner and the owner of the mobile home decide that, hey, I want to buy that land. The park owner and the owner of the mobile home, they agree on what the purchase price would be. Is that correct? Because there's no provision in either the initiative or the ordinance or anything else that dictates what the purchase price for the property that the mobile home sits on would be. That would be between the owner and the mobile home owner. Is that correct?
It's correct in the sense that the entire subdivision, it has to comply with the Subdivision Map Act, so it's not just the park owner and that one property owner, but if the whole subdivision was approved, once one space is sold, then you lose the protection of the rent control.
Right.
So the way the Subdivision Map Act. But under the Subdivision Map Act, which governs this particular conversion, to try to prevent a sham closures, and this came up from a court case called El Dorado, the legislature then required a survey to try to, for a city or the local agency to determine whether the sale was bona fide or not. So yes, once you get to that one person purchasing, it affects your rent control.
All right. Well, let's take a better hypothetical, and that is that there's more than 50% of the people in the park that want to do this conversion. So that's, quote, bona fide. So they would go through the process and they would go through a subdivision. And let's assume, for the sake of discussion, that the subdivision is approved. And 50% of the people in the park have the money and they buy the land that their mobile home sits on. And I don't know what that would what the cost would be. Most folks that live in a mobile home park are on a fixed income, they're on a pension, they're seniors, some are disabled, many have ongoing medical issues, don't necessarily have the ability for or access to transportation like they used to. And some of those folks that may not be in a position to purchase the property, as I understand it, they are now subject to market rate rents unless they qualify for low income.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, and we can go into what you qualify for low income, but if you have any kind of pension, you're probably not going to qualify. If you have a pension from a job that you've had, the low income is very, very low. And so for those folks that don't have the money to purchase the property, we don't know what the price would be, and don't, in a sense, don't get to convert, they would be subject to, over a 4-year period, a market rate rent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we have any idea of what the market rate rent would be?
What I can explain to you is what the process is. The city staff did do some research on this issue. We talked to an appraiser who does work in this area and conducts. One of the things that has to happen, the state statute actually calls that there must be an appraisal done as to market level, and it has to be in accordance with nationally recognized professional appraisal standards, whatever that means. But in essence, what happens is that an appraiser would look at comparable parks and trying to equate, they look at different factors. Is the housing market the same? Is the park, the condition of the park the same? And they factor all those things in, and then and it has to be a comparable park that is not subject to rent control. In our area, there is a non-rent control park in Simi Valley. Their rents range from $690 to $730. In the city of Fillmore, there's a non-rent control park. It is the only true park. There's like 300 spaces. The most recently rented spaces are in the $700 range. In inland San Diego County, they averaging over $500 for non-rent control spaces. But in Lakeside, under aggressive, and this was the information given to me, it's not my word, aggressive park owners, rents are now starting to range at market for, this is non-rent control, between $900 and $1,000. So in our area, it would be likely that they would compare a particular park to maybe that park in Simi Valley. If they compared it to a park in Fillmore, they would probably look at the distinction in the cost of housing and say the Fillmore one, no offense, is their median price of housing is lower than the city of Thousand Oaks, so it's not exactly comparable, that they would probably escalate it something based on that. And these are just, sort of how appraisals are done, so I'm giving really ballpark. That's the information we were able to come up with. There are 2 conversions pending in the city of Camarillo, and there are 2 similar conversions pending in Oxnard. None of them, the ones in Camarillo, the applications aren't even fully complete at this point, so they're not really through the process. And Oxnard, again, they're not through the process. So it's hard to say what exactly an appraiser would come up with. If there was a change up to say it was now going to be $1,000, then it would take 4 years to reach that level.
Right. Okay, so I kind of know the answers to these questions, but the reason I'm asking them is I want everybody to have an understanding that what we're dealing with here may have some unintended consequences down the road, and a lot of the answers or a lot of the issues that we're looking at, we don't have concrete answers for. And so we're kind of going into the unknown here, and when you're on a fixed income and you're really concerned about just staying in your house and keeping your payments as low as possible, having that uncertainty is not a good thing. And so there's pros and cons to this whole thing, and this conversion issue has me very concerned. That's not to say that it's going to necessarily happen for sure, but nobody can sit here tonight and tell you categorically that it can't happen. And nobody can sit here and tell you categorically that if that happens and you're unable to buy the property, i.e. do the conversion, that you're going to be faced with market rate rents over a 4-year period. So if you're paying, $300 a month rent now, and the market rate is $1,200, those are significant rent increases over the next 3 to 4 years. And I would suggest, with all due respect to our neighbors in Fillmore and Simi, that if you look at the market rate of homes in Fillmore and Simi, they're less than Thousand Oaks. So kind of reason tells you that if Simi is a little less expensive, Thousand Oaks is going to be a little more expensive. So the rent will be a little more expensive. And so this conversion issue, I think, is something that all of us need to look at very, very closely, because if we move forward with this, and I believe that we will, I think at the end of the evening, at least from my perspective, unless I hear something different from the folks, I intend on moving this forward and making it a law tonight. But that's not necessarily going to be the end of this whole issue. There's going to be likely legal challenges. We've heard from the city attorney. We think we're in pretty good shape to defend those, but those are unanswered questions. And then the second issue is this whole conversion issue is the park owners have rent control, they have an initiative, and they have an ordinance in place. We're moving into a position where there'll be little choice other than to maybe do this conversion issue, and that may be something that certainly I was not aware of until I read the report, and my sense is maybe a lot of you here were not aware of that. And so That's something that we need to look through. Mr. John, what I want to ask you a little bit about was this issue of the available affordable housing properties. Not so much that's going to affect the folks here because it's their land, it's their property that could be used for affordable housing. But if the initiative goes through and we make it a law tonight, what you said is we'd have to look for other areas for affordable housing. Can you give us an example of what those other areas would be?
What we'd be talking about would be basically the City Council did rezone the Elms Plaza to RPD 30, so in preparing our new housing element, we would include that site. That in combination with the adjacent Canal Mobile Home Park, where the council did the general plan amendment but not the zoning. If that zoning were done, those two parks together would have the zoning capability of about 240 units. 230 units. Our obligation and the state has put on us is to provide zoning at high density to accommodate 740 some odd units. We have zoning in place already in the community for a part of that, but we will need to do other rezonings, and our housing element will have to identify sites. Now, the net change of adopting the initiative is that we wouldn't have those 240 units available, and then we would need to find that somewhere else in the community. At 30 units an acre, that's 8 acres of land. We are working on a list of sites that will include more than we need, but each one of those is going to be subject to public hearings. It's going to be subject to an analysis as to whether high-density zoning is appropriate for that particular site in terms of land use compatibility, et cetera. So it's going to be a very difficult process to begin with, and we would be looking at sites primarily in the more densely developed parts of town, even in some non-residential areas where residential could, at high density, could conceivably fit. But we'd be looking for an extra 8 acres, basically, if the initiative passes, compared to what we would be looking for otherwise.
Okay, so just in summary, Ms. Albano, in looking at your legal analysis, which is really, I think, the key here, at least for me, in determining the direction council, there's no, as you look at it, there's no issue with the initiative relative to any kind of taking.
No, what we opined is that we believe the initiative would survive a facial taking challenge.
Right. Okay.
But the initiative, as well as our own closure ordinance, could be subject to an as-applied challenge.
But that was always the case?
That's correct.
All right. So no change, basically, there?
But the only change I would say is there is a greater likelihood under the initiative, because it does require the payment of the in-place market value.
Right. Okay.
Are you done, Mr. Fox?
Yeah, I am. Thanks.
Ms. Bildo-Lapena?
Thank you. As was stated already by our city attorney tonight, obviously legal challenges could be, the city could be facing legal challenges with or without the initiative. And I would like to just remind the public as well that under the subdivisions, which was discussed somewhat detailed here tonight, that in order for a park owner to be able to convert the application must be deemed bona fide, and that can only be accomplished if the park owner can prove that a majority of tenants will become owners within a reasonable time. That is, if less than 50% and more than 20%, or I should say less than 50, are not in favor of a subdivision. And the other point that I wanted to make, let me go through my notes here really quickly, is for Mr. Prescott. We don't know what might happen with Twin Palms or Crestview. We're still waiting for the Thousand Oaks specific plan to be presented.
Well, the council did have those parks before it earlier this year and determined to take no action. That left the Crestview Park in a commercial designation under general plan and zone C2, and Twin Palms is split between industrial and commercial. And staff had made the recommendation that the council not take action pending the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan because of the close relationship there, and we thought that the properties ought to be planned in that context in a more comprehensive way. Now, if the initiative passes, as I mentioned earlier, then that becomes a moot point. The Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan will have to work around 2 mobile home parks.
Okay, thank you for explaining that again. And the subdivision, again, is already part of the city's ordinance. So it has been city ordinance, obviously, for quite a number of years. So there really isn't anything new there. Is that correct?
Not exactly. There are some new provisions in the initiative as it concerns conversion. The biggest one is the presumptions, but there are some other provisions that, as I said, are subject to lawsuits right now concerning them. But it is also a very typical of ordinances that are being adopted by cities, including Ventura County adopted it all over the state. So it's very typical, and we're awaiting. The Court of Appeal will be making a decision in the Sonoma case, hopefully fairly soon, and we'll know whether the presumptions survive as written.
Thank you. What I wanted to say, just to clarify, is that the opportunity to subdivide has always been on the books, basically.
That's correct, and the state law really governs it much more than the initiatives. I mean, that becomes the issue, is whether an initiative such as this, some of the provisions go further than the Subdivision Map Act allows. As to the issue of the presumptions, which is the main one, our opinion is that it does not violate the state law. And part of the reason we make that opinion is that none of the presumptions are conclusive as the way it's written, which means the park owner has the ability to rebut a presumption, as well as even the 50% where it says it's presumed to be bona fide. Tenants could come in and try to dispute that if there was more than 50% in favor, to show why it still wasn't a bona fide. So none of the presumptions are written in stone. They're only presumptions, and they can be rebutted.
Thank you.
Dr. Glancy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Albano, I'd like you to comment, please, if you would, on page 20 of the impact report, third paragraph down under point 5. It talks about, essentially, in no case would relocation costs be less than that allowed by California Code 7260.
That wasn't analyzed specifically in the analysis, but I would say that that section is similar to the question and is an open question as the in-place market value. What the initiative does as written, it's basically a floor that you would treat a park closure as if a governmental entity was doing it, and therefore the amount of the relocation payable under that is the floor that someone would get on a park closure if you couldn't move the mobile home to another park. Just for example, in a recent case, this was under HUD rules, which are stricter, but the range of relocation was from 25,000 to as upward as of 100,000. In Oxnard, in the last 2 years, they had to relocate displace a mobile home park due to the Rice Avenue interchange, and the city of Oxnard, in that case, paid about, on average, $50,000 per mobile home that they displaced. So the question is, like any of these, it's whether a court would consider that section to be a reasonable cost of relocation as defined in the statute. And just as it's an open question of in-place market value, it is the same question here with that provision. And it's, again, at the end of the day, the saving clause would save it from a facial challenge. That has nothing to do with whether someone, a park owner, could still have the ability to sue us over whether there's a violation or preemption by state law. That's separate from a constitutional taking. The initiative could be subject to that kind of suit.
Thank you very much for that. If the courts finally decide, and I'm sure that they will eventually, what reasonable cost of relocation is, if it is certainly less than what 7260 provides, would that take a lot of the teeth out of the initiative?
Well, if a court was to decide that it was less than that, or that you couldn't rely on that section then just gets stricken out of the law, and we apply what's left in the law. If a court rules that reasonable relocation does not mean that you have to pay the in-place market value, then that would be stricken out of that requirement would be taken out, and we would apply what's left. So the severability clause is in the initiative is very simple, and basically you go on and apply the rest of the ordinance.
Certainly sounds reasonable. Can you tell me if there's been any progress or lack thereof in Huntington Beach?
What happened in Huntington Beach has an ordinance that does require in-place market value. It's written a little different. It's talked about that basically the coach has to be bought, or that the person would be entitled to the cost to buy a coach that could be moved, like a new coach, or to go to a park. It's just the way it's written, but at the bottom line, it still comes out to an in-place market value. The Huntington Beach ordinance was challenged on its face, so it's a facial challenge, and it was not a preemption challenge, it was a facial challenge. And there were procedural issues in the case. The city filed what we call a demur, which means they attacked the pleadings, and they said that they had not brought suit within the statute of limitations. And after going back and forth, the city and the mobile home park owners that sued reached a settlement where the mobile home park owners dismissed the case without prejudice, which means that they could bring it in the future as an applied. But I also was informed that there is no discussion of any mobile home park closing in Huntington Beach, that they don't have anything pending. There was nothing pending at the time that lawsuit. So the lawsuit really never reached the merits of whether in-place market value is legitimate under the state law. It reached procedural issues like statute of limitations.
Okay, thank you. I would now like to ask the city manager for an assessment of potential financial impacts of legal exposure, if I could.
Good question. Madam Mayor, members of the council, as was indicated in the impact analysis, one of the potential impacts, or fiscal impacts, is indeed the cost of defending a lawsuit, and if the city's not successful, if this were to become law, in that lawsuit dealing with damages that may be assessed. This is one of the risks. We don't know what that number would be, but it is likely that as a result of this and the closure ordinance and the rent control ordinance, at some point the owners are pushed to a point where they do go to court for an as-applied challenge, as was articulated earlier. So the cost of defending that could be several $100,000 out of the general fund, and then if damages are awarded, those can be significant as well. So council should know going into this with your eyes wide open that the financial costs of such lawsuits are indeed significant.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gillette.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I heard some stirring when the 101 Rice Interchange conversion or construction was mentioned, and the conversion of the mobile home park in Oxnard. There's a string of mobile home parks that start around Central and move up towards Vineyard, Rose, Rice, et cetera, and that particular one, those mobile home parks evolved out of agricultural housing needs. So the mobile home parks that we're talking about here are considerably different. So when they value what was there, I know the anxiety level that's going through everybody, but every time we use a number, someone tries to identify it with their own situation, so please don't get stuck on that number, okay? The other thing I wanted to ask was, City Attorney, Caneo Mobile Home Park, because of when the actions for conversion at Caneo Mobile Home Park were started, if this initiative goes to if this ordinance goes to ballot, or if it's adopted this evening by us, is Caneo Mobile Home Park covered under or protected by this ordinance?
If the council adopted the initiative, clearly the closure would be subject to the initiative. If it went to a vote, I believe that it would probably still be subject, because the chances of that closure, everything that has to be done to process a closure impact report would not happen before November, and that if the voters were to pass it in November, then it would also apply. Their application for relocation has been deemed complete, but there is a certain period of time that it would take. It has to, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it has to go to the Planning Commission first. I'm hearing yes. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't misspeak. It's also subject to environmental review that we have to do. So there's different steps that have to take place. So I'm giving an estimate here that it would take longer than November for it to come to the council for decision.
Okay, thank you. That's my answer. I just wanted to make sure that because that process started some time ago, and the moratorium and all of the things that we've dealt with over the last couple of years with that it wouldn't be excluded from this process. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. First, for the city attorney, if the city gets sued and there are damages, would that automatically mean certain parts of the ordinance would be declared null and void?
If the city was sued, depending on what the lawsuit actually said, it could end up being that parts of the ordinance may be considered null and void. It depends. If it's an as-implied challenge, I think we'd have to look at whether the decision would invalidate the particular provision, or whether a court just found the way that provision was applied to that particular homeowner was a taking and therefore we owed money. But I think at the very least in that kind of lawsuit we'd be looking at it, and we could end up with the provision being found to be invalid.
And do we have less liability if we if the ordinance is passed by a vote as opposed to being passed by the council tonight?
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, if the initiative is the city ordinance, doesn't matter how it came up, it's going to be judged on its own merits. And the one thing I do want to say, I know we've said it more than once, but I want to just reiterate, is that the current closure ordinance could also be subject to an implied challenge as well.
I'm not sure if it's Mr. Prescott that might have the answer to this, but what is the difference between the conversion ordinance in this initiative and the county conversion ordinance that they just passed?
Basically, if you don't mind, we did get the county ordinance and read it. They're basically the same as to the resident conversion to a residential ownership. They're basically the same.
Thank you. And then I'll ask Mr. Prescott again. Mr. Fox was talking about our RENA numbers, and are there parcels that you see that might be available to meet the RENA numbers? Legally, how long do you have to come up with areas that can be rezoned?
The state law specifies a, quote, reasonable period of time during the planning period. The planning period is up through 2014. So the concept is that the city would have the zoning in place by the end of the planning period. That would be sort of a deadline, and then if we didn't have it in place by then, we would be under duress in our next housing element. So we would, hopefully launch that rezoning program within a year after adopting the housing element.
Ms. Albano?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to add one thing, though. When we do the housing element and it comes before the Planning Commission and the Council and goes to the state to be certified, part of that housing element has to include the list of properties we believe could be available for rezoning to accommodate affordable housing. So we need to identify them now as we go through the housing element process, but the program to rezone is over that period of time.
Thank you. All right, any more questions of staff? Ms. Bildo-Lapena?
I forgot to ask either Mrs. Albano or John Prescott. The current city ordinance does not specify the relocation costs. I know earlier there was a number of $1,500 plus whatever. Was it $10,000? Is that specified in our ordinance? Or if you could please clarify that for me.
No, the current ordinance doesn't specify a number. The former ordinance, the one that was adopted in 1983, I think had a limit of $1,500 or $1,600, I can't remember which was clearly inadequate. The current ordinance has a menu that the decision maker, which would be the Planning Commission, subject to appeal by the City Council, could choose from, and they would all need to add up to the cost of the reasonable cost of relocation, which is set out in the state law. I mean, they don't set out the actual number, but that's the limit. So there's no number, but it's substantially more than the $1,500 that was in the
But
earlier
less than,
ordinance.
say, $50,000 that the city of Oxnard was offering or paying. Well, we don't really know, correct?
No, we really don't really know, and it would depend on the facts. Under our current ordinance, depend on the facts of a particular closure proposal.
Thank you.
Right, we are going to move on to Ms. Lawrence with the election options.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The options the City Council has related to this petition are governed by the California Elections Code, and staff has provided recommendations and actions for the City Council to take this evening. Pursuant to Elections Code Section 9215, Council must either adopt the ordinance without alteration or submit the ordinance without alteration to the voters at the next regular municipal election. An ordinance is provided should City Council choose to introduce the ordinance as submitted. Staff has provided a memo in your supplemental packet with the revised recommendation that if the ordinance is introduced, a City Council meeting is added on July 15th in order for the ordinance to be passed and adopted within 10 days of City Council receiving the impact analysis report. If Council chooses to add the measure to the November 4th, 2008 election, then staff recommends City Council adopt the following resolutions. A resolution ordering the submission of the proposed ordinance at the general municipal election to be held on November 4th, as previously called by resolution number 2008-066. And pursuant to Elections Code Section 9280, adopt a resolution directing the city clerk to transmit a copy of the measure to the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the measure. Pursuant to Elections Code Section 9285, adopt a resolution providing for rebuttal arguments for this election only. Approve an amendment number 1 to the contract with Ventura County Elections to cover the services and cost to add this measure to the election. Approve an expenditure of $23,000 to cover the additional costs for adding a measure to the November election. And pursuant to Elections Code Section 9282 regarding arguments, the City Council may, at its sole discretion, also decide to authorize City Council itself to write an argument against the measure. Staff is available for any questions.
We have questions of staff on that? All right, we are going to have our public speakers now, and we have 15 speakers. I'll call you up, the person that's speaking and the next person, and I do ask that we, again, refrain from applause. We want to make sure that everybody has their say and that we move through this quickly. So our first speaker is going to be Daphne Howard, and Ms. Howard is going to be followed by Betty Whitig. And there is a chair right there that says reserved, and the person that's going to speak next can go and sit down on the chair. I beg your pardon? I didn't hear. Is Daphne not speaking? Is Daphne here? Okay, let's move on to, all right, Betty Whitig, is she speaking? All right. Our next speaker is Alice Klussman. I'm sure Alice would like to speak. And Alice will be followed by Joseph Lewalt.
Am I up?
You are up, Ms. Klussman. And can we please have everybody hold it down while Ms. Klussman is speaking?
Hello. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Ms. Albano, Mr. Mitnick, Mr. Prescott. Tonight I appear before you wearing two hats, one as a mobile homeowner and one as a member of a housing committee of the Senior Adult Master Plan Project. And this is a project that you all directed Francine Spriggle and the Council on Aging to perform. You sent out a survey to the seniors and the baby boomers, and I happen to be on the committee for housing. So my concern from both points of view is how the city plans to provide affordable housing for city residents, especially seniors and the workforce. During previous discussions, most of you have declared that you recognize the value of mobile home parks in meeting the needs of affordable housing. I sincerely hope, and from what I've heard tonight, I believe that you will continue to do so. As we in the community continue to share our concerns and our ideas with you, high-density, multi-level housing is not a solution for most people, especially for seniors. I have lived in communities where high-density, multi-level buildings were set up, and it completely destroys the quality of life for seniors. And we all know what's happened in South Chicago and many other cities when you put a whole bunch of people that are perhaps low income or not working in these high density ideas and of housing. And I know, Mr. Prescott, that the SCAG requirements say affordable housing has to be high density. I think the city of Thousand Oaks has done a really good job in the past of providing housing that's not people piled on top of one another. So I just want you to keep in mind these kinds of factors. The importance of neighborhoods for seniors is truly important, and we want to be able to age with dignity and have some quality of life. Thank you very much.
Again, I'll ask you to please hold your applause until the end. We'll give you some time then. Joseph Lavolt, followed by Brenda Feldman. Good evening, Mr. Lavolt.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff. My name is Joseph Lavolt, my wife of close to 60 years, and I have lived in Ballaceda Mobile Home Park for about 8 years now. We moved here from Goleta, California, to be near our son Bruce and his family who live in Newbury Park. The reason for our move was the fact that we need assistance with health problems of aging. We both are 84 years of age. I'm a veteran of World War II, and I'm a life member of the Disabled Veterans Association and a member of the American Legion. I served with the 87th Division, which was part of General George Patton's Third Army in Europe. I participated in the Battle of the Bulge and got as far as Czechoslovakia when the war ended. I was awarded the Combat Infantryman's Badge, Bronze Star Medal, and the Purple Heart for my injuries. Above all, I came back alive. There are many veterans and veterans' widows and mothers of veterans living in the mobile home park in this area. We all need assurance that our final years will be without the stress and fear we now are experiencing at the prospect of losing our homes. I will not dwell on the arguments already expressed from this podium. What I wish to submit for your consideration is to plea for a strong sense of fair play that will assure that veterans and their families, like my wife and I, may live without fear of losing our retirement home. I think that you will agree we earned this consideration, and I hope you will act accordingly. Thank you very much for your valuable time.
Brenda Feldman, followed by Ann Ryan. Is Ann Ryan here? No?
I think she left.
Okay, Walt Marlette will be next then.
Okay, my name is Brenda Feldman. Good evening, all. I live in Newbury Park. For months now, we have stood here and asked you to support our mobile home initiative. Tonight is the night we will learn if you will respond to our pleas, and it sounds like good news. I'm going to make this short. Well over 80% of the people who live in mobile homes in Thousand Oaks are seniors. Hardworking seniors who paid their dues and continue to support their community with volunteerism and child care for grandkids. This community needs to support its seniors. All this initiative does is provide the fair market value of the home to the homeowner, so that if a park is developed and the park owner obtains huge windfall profits, the residents simply get the ability to move on without becoming homeless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Walt Marlette, followed by John Leslie. Good evening, Mr. Marlette.
City Council. Mine will be very brief as well. My plea is just to urge you to accept the initiative as it is, pass it tonight. I'd like to congratulate those people here that are left from our group that started out to get this initiative before you. They worked very hard. They were all volunteers. They had nothing more to gain but their livelihood, what's left of it, as well as mine. Mr. Clancy, I must say I'm glad that you turned your light off before we got up to discuss this. Had me a little bit worried that you were going to already vote no on it before we talked about it. But in any event, again, I'll make this short. Thank you. Please pass this initiative tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Leslie, followed by Hazel Munger. Is Hazel still here? All right. David Evans.
Mayor Irwin.
Penny, you're next then. I'm sorry,
Members
Mr.
of the
Leslie.
council and city staff, my name is John Leslie. I've lived in Thousand Oaks for 27 years, and I am the owner of a mobile home in Ventura Villa. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the mobile home residents of our fair city with the hope that our city council will pass our proposed mobile home park initiative into law this evening. I have 4 comments regarding this subject. First, I have read the staff report to the city council on this subject, then I find it to be favorable to the passage of the amendment by you, our City Council. Second, I would like to make reference to a letter dated September 28, 1995, from Council member Andrew Fox to the residents of Thunderbird Oaks Mobile Home Park, in which he allays their fears of being displaced from their homes. Among other subjects of the letter, Mr. Fox stated that a change in the use of the park would be entirely impractical and uneconomic because federal and state laws require that any resident so displaced from their homes would have to be adequately compensated, further explaining that it would cost the developer an average of $20,000 each on top of the market values of their mobile homes to move the residents out. His assurance was hoped to dispel any fear of such displacement on behalf of the mobile home owners. I thank Mr. Fox for his comments in that letter. Third, as I have indicated in previous meetings, we as mobile home owners are indeed the only affordable housing in Thousand Oaks. And finally, because we are mostly senior citizens of limited means, we do not have the resources such as were spent by both the supporters and opponents of Measure B in the recent election. Accordingly, we hope and urge you, our City Council, to take option 1 of Mr. Spector's letter of June 24th by adopting this initiative into law tonight. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Penny Mayu, followed by Richard Francis. Good evening, Ms. Mayu.
Hello. City Council, we have approximately 1,300 to 1,400 mobile home residents in the Canal Valley. None of them have any protection of losing their homes. I would hate to see any of them go through what we did at Canal Mobile Home Park. It's been a living nightmare. With Erickson's Law, other parks will not go through this nightmare. With Erickson's Law, a developer can still buy and close down a park, but we would be allowed compensation for the homes that we own. The first ordinance that you adopted for us seemed to hold up in court in Huntington Beach. As I am sure our initiative, Erickson's Law, would also hold up in court. Last week, I was honored to have Hannibeth Jackson come to my home. When she gets elected, she can help change the state law. But till then, we ask you to please adopt our initiative and put it into law tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayu. Richard Francis, followed by Janet Wall.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. This has been a long process. One of the things that got motivated was, I think I heard Mr. Prescott say that mobile home parks are an inefficient use of land, and I think what you see here tonight is these people really think that it's not that inefficient, it's really important to them. What this ordinance really attempts to do is to just fill a couple of gaps. There were just no standards as to what the reasonable cost of relocation was. So we looked around to try and find out what could fill that gap. And one of the places we found was that's Code Section 7260. They use the same code language, reasonable cost of relocation, but it only applies in the context of a government moving people out. This is not a government moving people out. This would be private industry moving people out. But the standards could be the same, and I think it's perfectly defensible. We tried hard not to push the envelope beyond what was reasonable, what was at least arguably legal. And when we looked at the conversion, we found that there were no standards there either. Your ordinance doesn't have a standard. And when the county faced the same issue back beginning of this year, and I think they adopted their ordinances, as Ms. Albano pointed out, I think it was March 18th of this year, there was a conversion in process, and the county had no standards to deal with it. And within state law, the only thing that seemed to work was some kind of presumption. So we borrowed from the county, who borrowed from, or plagiarized, depending on your point of view, from Sonoma. But we tried to stay within what has been tried. And so we're not asking you to adopt anything that's radical, anything that's outlandish. I did want to address Councilman Fox's
concern that perhaps if we make closure more expensive, that it kind of incentivizes conversions. And I can see that point. The problem is if you start from the point of they're going to close the park, that certainly isn't an alternative that we want either. So we want to create an incentive that not happen. And then if we move over to conversion, at least we've then got the presumption standards that we can fall back on. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I do appreciate the at least telegraph that we might be able to get this done tonight. I think would really benefit the community.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Janet Wall.
Excuse me. Mr. Francis? Come on back up here for a moment.
Thank you.
You know, I didn't know if you were coming tonight, but I wanted to take an opportunity. What a lot of folks don't know is Mr. Francis, myself, and Ms. Albano has spent a lot of Thursday afternoons over the last several months working very, very hard on the Conejo Mobile Home Park issue. And Mr. Francis represents, I believe, 35, 37 of those folks. And I just want to say publicly how what a good job he's done in representing your interest and a lot of you here have been through this on a very, very complex, difficult issue. I had not had a chance to work with him prior to this, but I just wanted to say publicly what an outstanding job you've done. We're not there yet, and I don't know if we're going to get there, but I wanted to take the opportunity just to let you know how much I appreciate working with you and what a good job you've done.
Councilman Fox, those are kind words. I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Irwin, council members, and staff. I got involved with the mobile home park issues last October when an 82-year-old man from Conejo Mobile Home Park called to ask for help. He thought I was still on the Thousand Oaks Planning Commission. Having just lost my dad a few months earlier, I realized this was something I could do. I read his letters at the October Planning Commission meeting and again to you at the City Council meetings in December and January. Gordon Manley is a World War II veteran. He's one of the great generation that helped make our lives freer and easier today. We owe this generation, our seniors, a lot. This is the generation, unlike many folks today, that realizes you don't need a lot of money or power to be happy, but you do need security. So many people in this audience tonight put their efforts into bringing this initiative to you tonight. They did so in the hope that it would provide some security for their homes that is currently lacking. In particular, I want to thank Richard Francis for his pro bono legal work. Please pull together tonight and have the courage to stand up to potential lawsuits that may or may not occur. Adopt the initiative. Give back the security to this segment of seniors who gave us our security we enjoy today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Our next speaker is Joe Bednar. Is Joe here? Yes. Mr. Bednar, as Mr. Bednar is coming down, our last speaker will be Mr. Kidway. Oh, David Evan? Okay. Yeah, I called your name and I didn't see anybody raise their hand. So come on down. You can be before Mr. Kidway.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, members of the community. My name is Joe Bednar. I reside in Agora Hills. I am a builder, developer, and the managing member of 1200 Newbury LLC, the owners of Conejo Mobile Home Park. 1200 Newbury LLC purchased Conejo Mobile Home Park in May of 2005 for land value only and planned to close Conejo Mobile Home Park and build an assisted living facility and commercial office buildings. Immediately upon purchasing Conejo Mobile Home Park, 1200 Newbury LLC began closing Conejo Mobile Home Park. 1200 Newbury LLC has been legally following the park closure process for over 3 years. Since we purchased Conejo Mobile Home Park, many events have happened changing the course of closure. First, a 2-year moratorium was enacted delaying the closure process. Second, the local mobile home park closure ordinance was changed, raising the relocation mitigation benefits to residents of mobile home parks. Third, the general plan zone was changed, blocking me from developing an assisted living community, an office building, and forcing me to build high-density residential homes. And now an initiative, changing the relocation benefits again and changing the general plan zone again. Conejo Mobile Home Park is over 50 years old, and with rent control, it is a financial hardship to keep open. For the last 3 years, and more so over the past 6 months, I've been working with the city and the residents of Conejo Mobile Park in a good faith effort, putting together a fair and acceptable relocation mitigation plan. I believe that working together with park owners, the city, and residents of Conejo Mobile Park can reach an acceptable and fair relocation plan. There is no reason to adopt the initiative now, as no other parks are in the process of closing. I believe that the initiative should not be adopted at this time, and that I will be able to reach an acceptable and fair mitigation plan for all of the residents of Conejo Mobile Park in the near future. I would like to thank everybody for working. I know I'm running out of time. Thank everybody for working so diligently to try to come up with an acceptable relocation mitigation plan, including Richard Francis. And I hope that our time wasn't wasted and that we will be able to come up with a final, acceptable, fair relocation mitigation plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bednar.
Madam Mayor, just a couple things. First, Mr. Bednar, I know you recognize this, but part of the language that is included in the initiative allows for those mobile home parks where the tenants and the owner reach agreement on relocation. It provides for that. So this initiative shouldn't have any impact on our ongoing discussions as it relates to Conejo Mobile Home Park. If Mr. Francis and you reach agreement, then that'll be that would be a side issue. And then secondly, like Mr. Francis, I want to give you some public acknowledgement for your professional efforts in what is a very difficult issue. He's not a very popular guy here tonight, but I will tell you that in dealing with Mr. Bednar and Mr. Francis, and I believe Mr. Francis would certainly back me up on this, is that Mr. Bednar has handled himself in a very professional and almost, I don't want to say compassionate because it is a business issue, but he's been very forthright in dealing with the city and Mr. Francis. And so, Joe, I wanted to thank you for your efforts, and we are moving forward on that, and hopefully we'll reach some agreement.
Thank you.
David Evans, and David will be followed by Nick Kidway.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is David Evans. I'm the Senior Regional Representative for the Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association. That's a statewide association of mobile home park owners, and I'm here on their behalf to represent the association and the members of our association in Thousand Oaks. And they've asked me to make the following points. This initiative is sponsored by mobile home park residents, of course, who constitute 1% of the city's residents. We believe the tenants qualified the initiative through a false representation, saying the initiative will require payment of tenant relocation costs when a park closes, when in fact that requirement already exists under a current city ordinance. The park owners currently subsidize a huge percentage of the residents' rents through the city's rent control ordinance. Because of rent control, the tenants are able to sell their mobile homes for premiums of $50,000 to $150,000. So in simple terms, an old mobile home worth virtually nothing sitting in a parking lot could sell for $50,000 because it's in a mobile home park with rent control. We believe the initiative will violate city housing policy incorporated in your general plan by changing and preventing the high-density designation of mobile home properties. The city policy is to designate mobile home properties as high-density residential. That designation offers the best potential for newer, high-quality, affordable housing for city residents when a mobile home park changes its use. The city recently amended its general plan to apply that designation to Conejo Mobile Home Park and Elms Plaza. We believe the initiative creates an illegal spot zone applied only to mobile home park properties. The initiative will impose a new general planned use designation of mobile home exclusive on all mobile home parks. The initiative will incorporate that exclusive designation into the trailer park development zoning for the parks through amendments to the zoning ordinance. The amendments will require payment of in-place market value relocation costs for park closures and will add conclusive presumptions regarding tenant support for mobile home park subdivisions. Incorporation of the mobile home exclusive land use designation into the trailer park development zone is the most restrictive down zoning possible for mobile home park properties, and the park owner can avoid that designation only by winning a statewide election or by paying an in-place market value subsidy to the residents. For example, if Vallecito Mobile Home Estates, whose lots have a relatively high in-place value, wants to close or convert its use, the owner would have to pay approximately $43 million in resident relocation costs. That's approximately $1 million per acre. I have one brief paragraph. Can I just say that? So the initiative allows the tenants to hold the owners hostage if they attempt to obtain market value for their land and effectively renders their investment in the land valueless by giving that value to the tenants. So it's a variation of the Kelo versus Connecticut case, except that the residents are the recipients of the taking of a city instead of a city-selected developer. Those are the points that I've been asked to make, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. Mr. Kidway is our last speaker this evening. Is Mr. Kidway here? No, he doesn't appear to be here. Okay, I would like to say for statement cards, we have 183 statement cards, which is extremely impressive. I see a few more up there. I don't know if we've ever had this many statement cards before, so I really would like to commend all of you for getting together and supporting this initiative. And what we have now is some staff response to topics mentioned by these speakers. Ms. Albano?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, and I'll be very brief. The last gentleman that spoke actually was reciting out of the Hart Cauldron King letter. As I earlier stated, we totally disagree with the conclusions of that letter. There is no city housing policy that's being violated by the initiative, and that's been borne out by the impact analysis. There is no spot zoning. The case that they legal case that they refer to is not on point at all and is not applicable to this situation. There is no conclusive presumptions. They're presumptions and they can be rebutted, and there is not a statewide vote that would have to be taken. If the cost of relocation as required by the initiative is not paid and a park owner wanted to change their zoning or land use designation, then it would have to go to a citywide vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Urbano. Okay, we are now at council deliberation, and Mr. Dr. Glancy, Mr. Doctor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I trust my light's not on. Thank you very much. You know, I want to congratulate all of you mobile home park dwellers and those that worked on this initiative. This was, in spite of other things that have been called grassroots efforts, this was an honest-to-God grassroots effort. You're to be commended for what you put out and for your successes thus far. I'd also like to personally express my appreciation to Councilmember Fox for his working with mobile home park dwellers, the residents of particularly Conejo Creek, or Conejo Park, and Mr. Francis and Mr. Bednar for trying to work out something that's amicable in spite of a couple really big obstacles. So I salute the three of you for trying to work cohesively and really making progress. We all know, after the lengthy staff presentation, and it was a great presentation, Mr. Prescott and Ms. Albano, it was also very, very thorough. we're all very well aware of exactly what is different in the initiative than what's in our ordinance that we enacted last spring. There are only a couple of items. I think one of the big ones, other than the land use designation change, is that the mitigation measures are more mandatory. There's less flexibility in them. That particularly doesn't please me because I'd rather see it more discretionarily applied. But there are an awful lot of similarities too. There are three main things that interest me in sitting up here. One of them is the protection of our citizens as far as we can. The other is the rights of the landowner. And the other is exposing the city to legal exposure, litigation. Well, I think that the property rights have been assaulted thus far before this, with rent control earlier in the 80s, with the ordinance that we enacted, and I think that this doesn't improve their rights. But I don't think it's a major change from what their rights had been before tonight. I think that we need to protect our citizens. I think that the purchase of that protection needs to be done with legal exposure in mind, and we ought to try to keep it to a minimum. I think we're going to be sued. And, considering that we've got 9 mobile home courts or parks, there's a potential for several suits. But I think we would have been sued regardless of this initiative or not. Our ordinance exposed us to that litigation, even without this. So with that in mind, I would like to move recommendation 1A as amended in the green packet, and if I may, I'll read it. And that is to adopt the proposed mobile home park initiative ordinance without alteration, ordinance to be read in title only, further reading be waived, and if no objection introduced, City Council meeting is added on July 15th, 2008 in order for the ordinance to be passed and adopted within 10 days of City Council receiving the impact analysis report.
Councilmember Gillette.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the 21 years I've held elected office in this community, this issue has given me more contact and more issues than any other issue I've dealt with. And that's both with my years on the Canal Recreation Park District Board and my terms on the City Council. 8 years ago, the City Attorney's Office was contacted by an organization coming out of, I believe, Los Angeles. They were very concerned about the draconian nature of the city's rent stabilization ordinance and were pushing hard through the City Attorney's Office to make modifications to that ordinance. We went out and we talked to as many residents as we possibly could. We went to all the mobile home parks, and the message that came back loud and clear was the residents in the parks were not interested in any form of compromise. The ordinance stood. If it was to be backed up by some sort of legal action, that would be its fate. But the residents who were most directly impacted just didn't want to hear about any modifications, and so the city decided, all right, we're going to stick with it. 8 years have passed, and we haven't had litigation on that stabilization ordinance. I don't know that that's going to be the case this time, but that was the threat and that was the action at that time. Thinking through the implications of this thing, and I'll try and be brief because I know this has been a long night for a lot of us. I used to be able to stay awake a lot easier before I got this close to 70, so you'll have to bear with me, guys. I know, the youngster. When someone decides to reside in a mobile home park, they enter into an agreement, a contract with the owner of the park, costs, conditions, terms, etc. Many of our mobile home park residents have lived under those conditions, those agreements, those contracts for many, many years. What's happening now is we're being asked to amend those contracts, not through negotiation, but through legislation. That raises a whole series of other issues about relationships and agreements and people's word and what they get themselves into. Not everyone in every mobile home park is supportive of this initiative for a lot of reasons, the largest being concern about reaction and impact from the property owners. I received a communication, like I said, I've received a number of contacts, but I received a communication, which I'm going to read into the record, from one of our mobile home park residents. And I think it's very germane to this discussion. As a longtime resident of a mobile home park located within the city of Thousand Oaks, I'm developing a grave and growing concern over the increasingly harsh rhetoric offered up in the escalating controversy over the rights of mobile home park residents and property owners. Park residents are beginning to organize against and resist any action by park owners which might lead to an increase in rental fees or jeopardize their rights to continue occupying the particular space within their particular mobile home park. The controversy at issue seems to have germinated when a gentleman, Mr. Joe Bednar, purchased the Conejo Mobile Home Park with the avowed intention of closing it and building some sort of more profitable medical facility. There was instantaneous outcry from the park residents who would be displaced without adequate compensation for their mobile homes or consideration or concern for their relocation. Commensurate thereto, and quite unexpectedly, there began a groundswell of resentment toward the other City of Thousand Oaks mobile home park owners, even though at the time none of them had given any indication of intention to follow the lead of Mr. Bednar. Mobile home park residents began to organize into homeowners associations and to form generally hostile attitudes towards Thousand Oaks mobile home park owner-operators. My quandary is this: as a former Thousand Oaks business owner, I resented and was often irritated and frustrated by governmental intrusion into my personal freedom and business operational parameters. Throughout my lifetime, I have generally believed that less government is better government. At the same time, as a retired senior citizen now living on an ever-diminishing fixed income, I am concerned by any action on the part of government or my mobile home park landlord that disrupts or creates insecurity toward the long-term stability of my budget and lifestyle. I'm not alone in my concerns. A large percentage of mobile home park residents are senior citizens also living on limited incomes. My friends and neighbors are increasingly voicing fear and frustration about their future security. The actions of some well-intentioned, if misguided and misinformed park residents, homeowner association members, and some outside interlopers with ulterior motives has added to the confusion and created such a heightened level of anxiety and an atmosphere of mistrust that the result has been some heart attacks and even a suicide. The rumors are running rampant. Faced with this barrage of petitions and voter ballot initiatives and propositions, it now might appear that some mobile home park operators have had enough, are beginning to circle their wagons with the intention of combining their resources by going on the offensive to legally protect and even enhance their property ownership rights as guaranteed by state and federal constitutions and statutes. Some may even have changed their attitude towards the viability of operating mobile home parks altogether. Under the circumstances, if I were a park owner, I might do the same thing. I'm well aware of the yeoman effort on the part of some of you on the City Council to impartially, equally, and fairly represent and find amicable solutions to these issues while protecting the rights of everyone concerned. There has also been a concerted and constant effort to find and secure affordable housing for less fortunate, lower-income citizens. There has also been tremendous effort to create and maintain a business-friendly climate within the incorporated boundaries of the city. As far back as 1980, this city enacted a rent stabilization ordinance which attempted to protect renters and at the same time guarantee a fair return on investment. Now, because of the furor occasioned by the current situation, the ordinance is under a barrage attack by property owners. Adding to the confusion, I am also aware that there have been ex parte activities involving council members, former planning commissioners, and even elected office holders in higher offices. Please make a concerted effort to find equitable middle ground solutions for all concerned. Please also find some method to better inform the mobile home park residents so as to calm their fears and concerns. To avoid additional hard feelings and conflict within my park neighborhood, I would appreciate you not mentioning my name. Sincerely. Well, whether you like it or not, there are people with other opinions, and a lot of them are your neighbors and friends. And that's all part of the discussion. Can I continue? That's all part of the discussion. And that's all part of what we have to consider as we try and do what we feel is the right thing to do with this issue at this time. The genie's out of the bottle. The genie got out of the bottle when the petitions qualified. And at this point, I want to congratulate those of you that worked so hard on collecting those signatures. Unlike Measure B, mercenaries weren't brought into town at $10 an hour and $3 a signature with distorted information to solicit a bunch of signatures. Real people with real concerns talked to other real people in the community and solicited the signatures and got enough signatures to make this thing qualify. And for that, you should all be very proud. You did a superb job. I believe that this ordinance is going to pass, and I think it's going to happen tonight. I think it would be better for this ordinance to pass tonight than to put I think it's going to pass. Whether it passes tonight or in November, it doesn't make any sense to me to make the city go through 4 months of charges, countercharges, acquisitions, and the expenditure of a lot of money that we see is what occurs when an ordinance is left to wait and be challenged. The legal reaction is going to come, and it's going to come regardless of when this ordinance is enacted. And so with that thought in mind, I will support the motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Bill de la Pena, do you have comments?
I would like to say that from the day 2.5 years ago when I met with Rich Erickson at his mobile home at Conejo Mobile Home Park to tonight, a lot of time has passed. A lot of developments have happened. A lot of grassroots efforts have happened. And I want to tell you that I'm extremely proud of everyone in the audience or sitting at home about the efforts of collecting the signatures. There are several people who need to be commended, but first and foremost is Brenda Feldman. Followed by her neighbors and friends, John Leslie, Ed Savage, Elise Klussman, Ann Ryan, Anita, Peggy Mayu. Rich Erickson would be so proud of tonight. This is exactly what he wanted. This is what he has been and had been working toward. But unfortunately, as we all know, he died trying to make this happen last June, I believe 2007. Mr. Francis, you've done an outstanding job. You've already been praised once tonight, but I must add my congratulations to your pro bono legal work as well. Former Planning Commissioner Janet Wall, extremely instrumental as well. Obviously, I will support the passage of the initiative tonight. It is a safety net. Yes, there will probably be legal challenges, but those are challenges that must be fought, that must be faced in order for the protection for future generations of mobile home owners. So with that in mind, having said that, it does not matter who makes the motion. What matters is that the entire council stands united in helping and standing by the mobile homeowners in the city.
Councilmember Fox, would you like to?
Sure. Just a couple things. I think when we deal with some of these very weighty issues here at council, it comes into many different aspects of what we have to deal with, both personally and here at the city council. Certainly, I'm going to support the motion that I said a couple of weeks ago that pending the outcome of the analysis, if everything made sense, that I'd be happy to sign my name to it and make it law tonight. And I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do that for a couple of reasons. First, and it's already been stated, is there's a moral issue here tonight that we have struggled with, and we continue to struggle with respect to some of the folks that live at Canal Mobile Home Park. And that is that there's a real situation here where some people could become homeless because of this issue. Not that people are villains, not that property owners are villains or anything else. A lot of you out here in the audience are part of the greatest generation. Okay, you did fight in the big one. And one of the things that you fought for was the ability to own property. And so I don't think anybody here is going to take that away from anybody, the ability to own your own home. But these issues are difficult, and they are moral issues in terms of having a place to live. And that's why these things are so difficult. There's also a social issue, is that as seniors in our community, you add to this community in a very, very rich way with respect to your volunteerism, the things you do for the community. We couldn't run the Civic Arts Plaza without the volunteers, Los Robles Hospital. I could go on and on about your efforts even today here in our community, notwithstanding your service and your sacrifice to this country many, many years ago. So from a social standpoint, this is clearly the right thing to do. Legally, we are going to have some challenges, but as I've said many times over the years, that if our eyes are wide open and we're not making reckless decisions, sometimes this city council has to make a law, take a stand, and fight it out in court. And we need to do that when we're standing up for our residents. And I think that's what we're going to do in this case. Finally, there's a political issue. And that's why a couple of weeks ago I said we need to make this thing a law tonight. And that is that most of you out there don't have deep pockets. And if this becomes a political contest in November, the reality is that the park owners are going to put substantial dollars into a campaign, dollars that you don't have. Somebody made reference earlier tonight to Measure B, which is a much different issue. As I think Mr. Gillette pointed out, and certainly the majority of residents of Thousand Oaks, Measure B was a pig in a poke. People were led and given all kinds of misinformation about something that simply was bad for Thousand Oaks. This is quite different. This was a grassroots effort. You ought to be congratulated. You went out and did it the old-fashioned way. You rolled up your sleeves and you got the signatures. But politically, it just makes a lot more sense tonight to make this a law rather than have a contested, protracted election, which will certainly be heavily funded on one side, and I'm not so sure heavily funded on the other side. So making a law tonight makes a lot of sense. And finally, I personally have a reason for why I want this to happen. There's been a lot of good things that's happened with this, but some of the not so good things. Now, this afternoon I got a call from my mom, who I think, other than when I get reelected, this is her first city council meeting she's ever been to. My mom's sitting right over there in the corner. My mom called me this afternoon very upset because one of her neighbors in the Thunder Root Mobile Home Park, who is going through her husband's in his 90s, very ill, gravely ill, likely not going to survive the week, got a phone call from somebody and was basically given some distorted information that there's some dark plan to turn their mobile home park into condominiums. And as you can imagine, this lady's late in her 80s. She's dealing with, losing her husband, not what she needed to hear. And so I'm disappointed from the standpoint that, like Measure B, folks found it necessary to call seniors at their home. They clearly used the petition phone numbers, which you're not supposed to do, to scare them into something happening that clearly is going to be a 5-0 vote tonight. Clearly is not going to happen. And as I think Mr. Mitnick pointed out, this city, going back to 1980, has a very strong record of standing up time after time after time for our residents of Mobile Home Park. Mr. Gillette talked a little bit about 8 years ago. I was the council member that walked and went to every mobile home park and talked to the residents about keeping our rent stabilization ordinance. Mr. Leslie talked about 1995, 13 years ago, when there was a concern when Mr. Caruso was going to build the lakes that somehow the Thunderbird Mobile Home Park was going to be swallowed up by that. So I went in and talked to those folks. So this city has a long-standing record of standing up for the people that live in our mobile home parks, and we're going to continue to do that. And Mom, I'm looking forward to coming over to Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, tonight we've already heard from Councilmember Fox and Bill de la Pina and Mayor Pro Tem Glancy and Councilmember Gillette. They've been very eloquent in their support of this initiative. I think it was probably 18 months, 2 years ago, that we really all expressed, absolute agreement with the goals of an initiative like this. We don't want to put any of our low-income residents out. It was really tragic to think about people being put out on the street. My concern has been always with the litigation and legality of this initiative, and I have to say I'm very impressed with the staff work and with our city attorney. They've really kind of given us the green light that this, there will be some litigation, but that we are in very good standing with this. So I'm very, very impressed. Again, an amazing turnout, and I just want to relate a little story. When I was at Ralph's, I was approached by a woman with a petition, and she couldn't really even stand upright. She was pushing a shopping cart to make sure that she could walk around and get everybody's signatures, and that was, it was very heartwarming, and that showed that this was truly a grassroots effort. This was not paid signature gatherers. This was you people that got this done, and it's very, very impressive. And I would like to, again, echo the words of all my fellow council members. I really commend everybody involved, and I will support the motion, Dr. Glancy, and you have final word.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think everything has been said that could possibly be said, so I have nothing further.
Vote, please.
I'll read the title. The title of the ordinance is creating a new general plan land use designation and zoning for all mobile home parks in the city of Thousand Oaks, and amending current city code to require specific enumerated payments to tenants of a park upon closure, and if specified payments are not made to tenants, will require a popular vote to change that mobile home park's land use designation or zoning, and the motion carried 5-0.
We are going to take a break now that the city attorney is going to announce the closed session.
Thank you. The City Council will be going into closed session. The first item is conference with real property negotiators. Property is Shiloh Gardens Apartments, 2825, 2837, 2849, 2861 Los Robles Road, Thousand Oaks. Agency negotiators Amy Albano, City Attorney, and Russ Watson. Housing Division Manager, negotiating party for mini mansions, Rick Schroeder. Under negotiation, price and terms pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. One potential case.
Welcome back to the Thousand Oaks City Council meeting. We are on public hearings, and item 9A is the Hillcrest Rancho Neighborhood Zone Change Request. And can I have the city clerk please open the hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 9A, which is Z 2007-70578 Hillcrest Rancho Neighborhood Zone Change Request from rural exclusive to rural exclusive 20,000 square foot minimum lot size. Location, parcels are bounded by Hillcrest Drive and Rancho Road. The applicant is the City of Thousand Oaks. We have 4 speaker cards, and pursuant to our guidelines, each speaker has 5 minutes each.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. And the report is going to be presented by Matt Chang, Assistant Planner. Good evening, Mr. Chang.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and the members of the council. If you can turn your attention to the screen in front of you, what we have is a PowerPoint presentation for you. And what this before you tonight is a zone change application for the location bounded by Hillcrest Drive and Rancho Road. And what the zone change request is to change the zone from RE to RE20. And this is the zone change area basically bounded by Rancho Road on the east and west side, and Hillcrest Drive on the south side. And staff would like to provide some background to the project. Back in September 11, 2007, City Council denied a land division project in the Rancho Road area. And during that meetings, council heard many residents recommending a large minimum lot size for the Hillcrest Rancho areas. At the end of the meetings, council requests more information from staff on subdivision potentials and also the lot size. And on September 25th last year, council received staff information on the subdivision potentials and non-conforming status about this neighborhood. At the end of the meetings, council enacted a 45 days moratorium on any development permits for these Rancho Hillcrest neighborhoods. And October 23, council extending the moratorium for 1 year until September 25th of this year, and also initiate a zone change to consider a change of zone from RE to RE20. Basically, RE20 just require 28,000 square feet minimum lot size. And the area is about 40 acres, and existing zoning is RE, which requires a minimum 10,000 square feet to be a lot size. And minimum lot width is 80 feet according to the current zoning. And just keeping in mind that you need to have 20,000 square feet in RE in order for you to have horses. And currently, there are 81 lots in the area. Majority of them, about 62%, are larger than 20,000 square feet, with 38% are less than 20,000 square feet. And this is a table that if you can see from the table, tell you that under the proposed zoning, basically RE20, there will be less future developable lots and also less potential new lots areas, and the difference are 22 lots. And staff like to address something about the non-conforming lot status. If the RE20 is adopted, there will be 31 lots that will be legal non-conforming because the lot size is less than 20,000 square feet. However, city will still consider the lots to be legal. So for those vacant lots, those people can still be able to accommodate one single-family house per lot. And for those existing houses, those houses can still have improvement in the yard area, for example, adding onto the house or building a swimming pool. So it does not affect the use of their property. And for the RE zoning, staff think the project would maintain a larger lot size and also as well reduce the number of subdividable lots. And and also will maintain the semi-rural characters because the majority of the lots are over 20,000 square feet. In addition, the RE20 zoning will be compatible with the zoning on the east side of Rancho Road, and also will maintain the equestrian use in the areas. And back in the Planning Commission last month, Planning Commission unanimously recommends the change of zoning to RE20. And in conclusion, staff will recommend the council to approve the negative declaration as well as to introduce ordinance to change the zoning from RE to RE20 for the Hillcrest Rancho neighborhood. And this concludes staff's presentation. Staff's ready for any question.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Ms. Bilbao-Pena?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chang. To my knowledge, we've only had 2 oppositions recorded, one by the property owner of 1350 and the other one obviously by Mr. Pasha Mushiri. Are there any others besides those 2?
As staff is aware of the data, to staff's knowledge, only one that's opposing the project is Mr. Mashiri. He attended the Planning Commission meeting last month, and he spoke against about the project. Staff is unaware of the other. Oh, okay. There was a late supplemental package coming in, so there are 2 opposition to the project. Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, let's have our speakers then. Our first speaker is going to be Jerry Zuka, and he will be followed by Jim Rugsager. I think you have, are you really going to be taking the whole 5 minutes? It's a public hearing, 1 to 5 speakers. You have 5 minutes each. Please state your name and city of residence. Okay, it's good.
Okay, my name is Jerry Zuka. I live at 720 Rancho Road. I live in the neighborhood. And first of all, I just really want to thank all of you for everything you've done. It's been great, and we wouldn't be talking about rezoning if it wasn't for you, so thank you so much. I passed out a petition. We handed out, we went around the neighborhood and got the immediate people that live in our neighborhood in the affected rezoning area and right adjacent to it, and we have something like 128 signatures. Tina and I and Jim and Vic and several other people, we worked together and got all these signatures, and we learned a few things about our neighborhood in the process. And the first one was almost everybody thought that we had a half-acre minimum already. And some people just wouldn't believe me when I told them. So that was one thing we learned. The other thing is, if you look at the map, and in the map that I indicated people, it indicates which properties are supporting it and which ones also are vacant or for sale and no one's there, or empty lots. So as you can see, over 69% of those in the immediate area are in favor of this. So the neighborhood's in favor of it. And also the other thing that we found out in this process is that a lot of neighbors are very hard to contact. And so people that didn't sign it isn't necessarily because they said no, it's because we just couldn't get in touch with them. Most people were for it if we got in touch with them. So what I'd like to say is our neighborhood has 2 zones right now. It has, where I live, it's RE. Right across the street from me, it's RE20. And about 30 years ago, it used to be RE and it got changed to RE20. So what we're asking you to do is unify the neighborhood, make it so that it's horse property area, and we can just keep the rural character. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. And I'll be happy to answer any questions about the petition and what we did, and if you have any, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zuka. Any questions? No. We will move on to our next speaker, Mr. Sager, and he will be followed by Tina Frugali.
Good evening, Mayor Irwin and members of the council, members of staff. My name is Jim Rusager, and I live on Rancho Lane, the dirt road. And I gathered about 25% of the signatures on the petition and found that everyone you talk to has a story to tell, and they're passionate about the neighborhood. They talk about walking their dogs down the road, or riding their horses, or even raising sheep. It was amazing. This is one of the few things I've seen, other than the mobile home park, where people really came together. And it was a passion, and it seems to be an overwhelming support. So you've heard it before, and I'm not going to beat it again, but thank you as well for your efforts. We really appreciate the suggestion of the zoning change. That we would never thought of that, and it's a way to protect our it's a way to protect our rural neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tina Frugali, and followed by Victor Brunzo.
Hi, I'm Tina, and I live at 720 Rancho Road. And first, I want to thank you all very sincerely for everything you've done to preserve our neighborhood. Thank you very much. In the past year, it's been a really intense year, and sometimes very scary for us, but I know that it's all going to turn out for the best. And I just want to say that in the last year, while talking with the neighbors, we realized more and more how much we all really love our neighborhood. And we also discovered how much we love our neighbors. And we're really lucky. And most of us thought that the entire neighborhood was already zoned half-acre minimum. So it was really important for us to find out that our neighborhood could be chopped up into little pieces. And now it's necessary for us to do what we need to do to preserve our neighborhood. So people choose to live in the Rancho area for its rustic atmosphere, and rezoning is crucial to maintaining that atmosphere. So changing the zoning to RE20 will help preserve one of the last equestrian areas in Thousand Oaks, and I think that's so important. So please support the people of Rancho by supporting the rezoning. We have a petition signed by 128 of our neighbors from the immediate area, and there's no question to what the residents want. We want to preserve what we have: horse property, large lots, and the rustic atmosphere. So please rezone. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Brunzio, and I hope you explain your comment on the bottom of the card.
Sure, I'm happy to.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Victor Brunzo. I reside on Reynolds Court, immediately adjacent to the north of the subject property. In terms of the signatures, I brought 10 of the 12 people from Reynolds Court, 10 of the 12 property owners. The comments on the bottom of the card relate to the following. I asked at the Planning Commission meeting for any documentation that would support the representation by staff that the rezoning would have no adverse effect on those people who would find themselves in legal but non-conforming lots. Since that request was made under the California Public Records Act and more than 10 days has elapsed, and I've not received access to records or rejection or request for extension of time, it would seem we're in violation of the Act. Council's here. I'm sure she can address that much more lucidly than I. And that's all the comments were about. As far as the proposal, I'm indeed in favor of the proposal. I am concerned about those with the legal nonconforming and hope indeed that this will have no adverse impact on their future plans. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, members of the council.
Thank you. Councilmember Gillette?
Is it your concern, sir, that without that information, there may be unintended consequences that by approving this, that we're going to create something that wasn't intended?
My concern is that an individual with a legal non-conforming parcel not be prejudiced, and looking for documentation to support that should the issue of prejudice arise in the future.
Okay, I guess what I need to know then, is that a significant enough question to continue this until that information is available? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and we are going to have staff respond to the residents' comments. Ms. Albano?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, one, I'd like to apologize to the gentleman if he felt that he made a Public Records Act, because we do have a whole system in place, and obviously maybe this one fell through. I was looking, trying to find the exact part that there was a discussion in the staff reports having to do with the issue of non-conforming. And part of the conclusions, and probably why we didn't produce any documents, is because it's really based on our own code as well as just legal principles having to do with non-conforming. And if you give me 1 second, I'm going to try to find the spot in here so I'm not misspeaking. So if the council would indulge me for a moment.
Does, in the meantime, Mr. Prescott, did you have any other issues that you wanted to address?
No, I was also going to try to find a specific code section that addressed it exactly. Okay. We do have a non-conforming section in the ordinance, and the basic principle of non-conforming, legal non-conforming uses that the city attorney articulated is that they are, in essence, grandfathered as long as you don't make the nonconformity any greater. And in a case where you have a lot that's a certain size and is smaller than the minimum, if the zoning was changed afterwards, which would be the case here, you wouldn't be able to subdivide that lot anymore, which would thereby make the nonconformity greater. But you would not be precluded from building a building on the lot as long as it met the setbacks of the zone. So,
and then, sorry. Madam Mayor, members of the council, what Mr. Prescott just said is correct, and I was trying to also, and I know I read it in here, I know that it's here, and that we did, City Attorney's Office did opine on that before, and Mr. Prescott, what he just said is correct, and we do also have ordinances as well as their state laws to speak to that issue, but clearly, for those lots that are there, even if they wanted to expand their house, that would be allowable. What you couldn't do, as we just explained, was to somehow subdivide it any further or do something to that effect. And as the council deliberates, I'm going to continue to look for that spot and be able to give it to you.
I'm happy to waive any timelines. I don't want to hold this process up at all.
Okay, are there any questions of staff, Councilmember Gillette?
Okay, no, I understand that, and I'm just from Mr. Prescott's comments, and if the city attorney finds a section and backs it up, then I, as far as I'm concerned, I'm satisfied with the answer. You can't make it any worse, but you can't be penalized because you got it. So.
Councilmember Glancy?
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
We haven't closed the public hearing yet.
I'm not prepared to make a motion.
Okay, any questions of staff? All right, now we will close the public hearing. Councilmember Gillette?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Move the staff recommendation, 1, approve the negative declaration number 264, and that the ordinance be read in title only, further reading to be waived, and if no objection, introduced.
Comments on the motion? Councilmember Bill de la Pena.
I'm glad we finally reached this point tonight, and I know that everybody will be very happy about the outcome, as I expect this to be a unanimous decision. And I'm also very happy that we were able to preserve the character of a rural community.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to congratulate Councilmember Gillette for an excellent motion. I made a comment to him earlier that the people from the Rancho area have expressed more feeling about the character and flavor of their neighborhood than any other neighborhood I've seen represented here. And it's a remarkable thing, so I think that we've done well, and I wish you guys well.
Councilmember Fox, nothing? Okay. I did neglect to mention that there was also 4 statement cards. Maker of the motion, any last comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just that some of the comments that were attributed to different individuals that were involved in this whole transaction, people in the neighborhood, the negative comments, it's unfortunate. And some of the issues that were raised couldn't have been more inaccurate, or it's just unfortunate that those types of things in our community have to be raised when someone's frustrated because they don't get their own way. And that's too bad, but I guess that's part of the process and what we do when we live in a free society. So no further comment. Motion stands.
Okay. Vote, please.
The ordinance title is an ordinance amending municipal code relating to official zoning map and changing zoning classification of properties bounded by Hillcrest Drive and Rancho Road, zone change Z 2007-70578. And the motion carries 5-0.
All right. Tonight everybody is happy. Okay. Department reports, and this will be presented by Ms. Lawrence, our city clerk. Department 8B, special municipal election results certification for Measure B.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry. It's 11 o'clock. We need to have a vote if we're going to
move to continue.
Okay. Ms. Bill de la Pena moves to continue. Everybody's in favor? They're in favor. They're leaving. Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Lawrence?
On June 3, 2008, a special municipal election was held to consider the right to vote on traffic congestion, Measure B. The county clerk has certified the statement of votes canvassing the ballots cast for and against the measure, which is depicted on Exhibit A to the staff report. The total ballots cast on Measure B were as follows. Yes was 11,753, which is 43.67%. No was 15,124, which was 56.33%. A majority of the voters voting on the measure did not vote in favor of Measure B, therefore the measure was not carried and is not adopted. A resolution declaring the results is provided for your adoption, and I'm available for any questions.
Questions? Okay. Do I have a...
I'll move the recommendation to adopt the special municipal election certification resolution.
Can we all vote, please?
Motion carries 5-0.
We're on to item C, the financial strategic plan, fiscal year 2008-9 short-term gap closing strategy, and this will be presented by our very able finance director, Candace Hong.
Madam Mayor and council members, on February 26, 2008, the Finance Department presented the 2006-07 financial results and projections for 2007-8 and 2008-9. At that time, we stated we would bring to the council the draft financial strategic plan in June. With the continuing change in the economy, it became clear that we needed to address fiscal year 2008-9 first, and our short-term gap closing strategies, and then address our long-term financial strategic plan this fall. Tonight we will address the short-term gap closing strategies for fiscal year 2008-9. I want to recognize the departments and the executive team and the finance department for their cooperative and thorough analysis to close the fiscal year gap for this year. This and the following slide demonstrate the volatility we have seen in the revenue sources over the last 3-month period. In February, the gap was $945,000 for the general fund for fiscal year 2007-8. But as of June, the gap is just $100,000 lower. But the detail on the next slide shows the wild changes in our estimates. The sales taxes declined further, our estimate of $280,000 for this last year that just ended, and licenses and permits and charges for services are also declining. This next graph is a detailed summary of the revenue budget variances as projected in February for fiscal year 2007-8, and the primary variance was due to declining sales tax. Subsequent for our projections as of June, this detailed summary of the revenue budget variance shows that there's a declining sales tax further, and licenses and permits have continued to decline. These are offset, though, by intergovernmental revenue, primarily vehicle license fees, and an increase in our interest earnings. Looking ahead to this fiscal year, the economic climate is continuing to deteriorate. The decline in the sales tax seen in June is projected by economists to continue well into 2009. The sales tax declines are primarily due to reduced auto vehicle sales, declining property values, which is translating into less construction and less spending on homes, and building permits are also down due to declining construction. We continue to watch for impacts from the state and federal government as they continue to tackle their budget deficits. So given this climate, we've looked at what our budget gap is at this point. We're thinking that it's going to be around $4 million at this point in time, and that's about a 5.3% reduction from our $75 million budget that we proposed a year ago for 2008-9. Of the $4 million drop in revenues, the largest drop in revenue estimate is from sales and use tax at $2.4 million. The new budget amount is $2.6 million less than what we received in fiscal year 2005-06. So this decline is ongoing. We've seen it continue for now almost 4 fiscal years, which is unprecedented. The next largest decline is in building permits and inspections and charges for services. And these large declines, again, are offset by increases in interest income and vehicle license fees. This slide shows the comparative value of budget for every department in the city in the general fund. The library is also included because the operating transfers, about 80% of the operating transfers on that slide is money that goes to the library to support their operations. The first step that we took to close the gap was to review areas we've seen savings could occur or that we could reduce on a one-time basis. Page 6 of the staff report provides the detail on these. We froze 11 positions. We reduced travel and training. We decreased workers' comp rates since the self-insurance fund appears to be slightly overfunded. We reduced fixed asset replacement charges, identified savings in the fleet and copier leases, and suggested one-time postponement of the open space transfer. And attachment D has a detail on that. Once we hit those low-hanging fruit, we then proceeded to talk to the departments about them looking at their budgets again. And so the next slide shows where additional savings were determined, and the detail of that is on attachment D in your packet. As we look to complete the financial strategic plan, some of the future challenges we will continue to be monitoring and incorporating in the plan and addressed are listed on this slide. We're going to be looking at the state and federal budgets. We're going to be continuing to monitor the economy and inflation concerns. Our fund balance reductions will be continuing as we have capital projects planned. The fund balance will decline, and that will deplete interest earnings. We will be revisiting projects with continuing maintenance and operations costs. We are seeing more reliance on general fund dollars as other revenue sources such as developer fees and gas tax do not keep up with increasing costs of materials. We will continue to review possible reductions in programs or service levels to close future gaps. And not mentioned here, we'll also be looking at a gap funding analysis with the Park District and the school district. So we're working on that again in this fall. So to summarize, we are asking the council to authorize a $4 million reduction to appropriations in the general fund and the library fund, authorize the city manager to approve 2007-8 budget carryovers to 2008-9 for project grants and other special one-time projects, and city staff will return to council if the economy or state federal budget impacts have a material effect on the city's budget. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Hong. Very good job, staff work there. Mr. Gillette?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On slide 13, Mrs. Hong, on your gap closing strategies, are you far enough into this to be specific, or do you have numbers that are identified as achievable? The one in particular I'm looking at is $500,000 in the police department. What is that?
Okay, the police department, when we were doing the budget 2 years ago, we estimated a 5% increase to the police budget. It turns out their increase was only a 4% approximate, and so it translates into approximately a $500,000 savings.
Okay.
And so that's where that came from. The more detail of the individual line items is on attachment D, but we don't describe exactly the whole detail of that.
I got it. Thank you.
Dr. Glancy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Candy, does the 0809 budget assume a Healthy Oaks shopping center?
Yes, the HDL, who does our estimates, are looking for an increase of sales tax once the Nordstrom's and the mall continue to open in September and October. The problem is we're also seeing a decline in sales tax just in general from purchases. So, that kind of offsets the decline in the economy. But, that's included in our projections.
I think we'll all cross our fingers for a very healthy opening. Thank you. And a great report, by the way. Good job.
He's always blocking you. Ms. Bill de la Pena.
Thank you. All right. I have a question regarding item number 1 on our staff report, page 180, freezing 11 vacant positions. Why are we freezing them and not eliminating them?
Well, at this time, it makes sense to freeze them and then take another look at them when we get into the next 2-year budget. I think that when we're doing our gap closing strategies and we've done more of an analysis of what programs need to be continued, what programs can be cut, we can make a better adjustment then. And certainly the council will be weighing in on that budget in 2009-10 when we present that. So at this time, I think it's we'd look at it as temporary to really make a better assessment in a year.
Thank you. Item number 5, savings in city fleet. Is that also taking into consideration the additional $62,000 or so that we needed to pay in order for to cover the increased fuel costs?
Yes. One of the things we're looking to do is we have a number of recommendations that the auditor recommended in terms of how long we keep the fleet, who drives the vehicles home, and that sort of thing. And so we wanted to implement a lot of the recommendations he had, and that's the savings we're seeing from those recommendations, implementing those recommendations.
And then lastly, item number H, the professional services for the Discovery Center. I know we had allocated a certain amount of money. Is the $150,000 the amount that has not been spent at all and is not expected to be spent?
It had to do with the fact that we were hiring a consultant. We hired the consultant, had the study done already, but we also had a similar amount put into the fiscal year 2008-9 to do additional work, and that's on hold. So that money was not necessary to be spent at this point.
Thank you.
I had a question on page 180, number 4, reduction in fixed asset replacement funding. What do you do then? Expand the life of the fixed assets, or how do you achieve that savings?
We've done a little bit of that, but what happened is a few years ago we had raised the limit for how much we keep in asset replacement. So a lot of our assets like computers and stuff no longer fell in that category. So there's huge reserves in the fund right now that are set aside for asset replacement that has no particular targeted asset at this point. So we're going to use those reserves to offset this one-time reduction. So it's a one-time event.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Motion?
Move approval of recommendations 1 and 2.
Comments to the motion? Vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you again, Ms. Hong. Item 10, redevelopment agency reports, there are none. Committee, commission, and board reports, there are none. And council issues and recommendations, we have item 12A, follow-up reports on meetings and conferences attended by council members. The first is League of California Cities Transportation, Communication, and Public Works Policy Committee meeting update, and that will be presented by Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Policy Committee was in Sacramento on June 26th. At that meeting, I gave a report on our progress with the CTCDC, the effort to gain more control, some control over our local speed limits. San Jose, at the very last meeting in San Francisco of this committee, wanted to change the language from shall to should. That was a bit of a wrench, slowed the works down. I don't think it's going to cause anything terminal to our efforts, but it did slow things down a little bit. Did a budget update, a state budget update. Had a great briefing on the hands-free cell phone laws, and it was revealed that at that time that while it is verboten to hold the phone to your ear, you can hold the phone in your lap and text message and read text message, and you can dial. It was suggested by one of our members that what it took Sacramento 6 years to come up with, the committee could have beaten in half an hour. But there was a lot of emphasis on public-private partnerships and getting some of the large ticket items completed. And there was a briefing on a safe, reliable, high-speed passenger train that would be in the works if we get a bond issue passed. So I recommend receiving the report.
And you're the chair, I see, of the Traffic Control Devices Subcommittee. I didn't realize.
It's a title only.
Well, congratulations, even if it's a title only. All right, a vote. Oh, Ms. Bildner-Lapina.
Thank you. I have a question for Mayor Pro Tem Glancy. Page 197, under State Legislative Update, it deals with the RENA planning period from 4 years to 8 years. Have you heard or are you aware of any movement by other cities to perhaps loosen the restrictions imposed on us by RENA or SCAG?
Well, certainly away from the meetings, you hear a lot of desire expressed of getting some relief from the recommendations. However, at a formal level, there's absolutely nothing said in that regards.
Mr. Mitnick?
I know this is not on the agenda, Madam Mayor, members of the council, but to remind council, all the cities in Ventura County came out with very, we were lucky through the RANA process this year. The allocations to us was much lower than what we saw in our counterparts in LA County, Orange County, San Bernardino County, Riverside County. So we were very lucky for the current one.
No, the reason I'm asking is it appears to me with more restrictions and more pressure to rezone areas of cities across the state that perhaps the state would want to take a more active role in perhaps introducing legislation that would somehow loosen the restrictions and not push this down our throats to provide all of these high-density zoning.
There are members here that probably have more experience with how Sacramento works than I do. I don't think Sacramento is particularly interested in operating in a reasonable fashion. I think we're more likely to have mandated numbers presented to the region, and it's going to be up to the region, COG, to divide those numbers up. One of the reasons that we managed to escape, it's not unscathed at all, because the assignment took us up to build-out numbers. But one of the reasons that's all that we got assigned was that because the 10 counties that were affected agreed to accept the assignment. And therefore, those COGs that didn't come to agreement within the COG were really opening themselves up to further assignment. So it was the cooperative effort at VCOG that allowed us to come through at just what we got rather than more.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion was to receive report. Vote, please. Item number, I'm sorry. Florence?
Motion carried 5-0.
Item number 2, League of California City Community Services Policy Committee meeting update, and that will also be presented by Dr. Glancy.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. We had the usual legislative update and budget update. One of the things that came out in the budget was that state parks will not close, in spite of the threat to close some 45 or 48 of them as a cost-saving technique. So that was good news. In all likelihood, the fees at the parks will increase, though, to generate some revenue. The rest of the meeting was dealing essentially with Healthy Kids and Children's Hospital Bond Act and the Cities, Counties, and Schools Partnership, working on, again, Healthy Kids. An awful lot of thrust in that direction, which is not at all unwise. So again, I recommend we receive the report.
Vote, please.
Motion carries 5-0.
Our last item under item 12 is the League of California Cities Public Safety Policy Committee meeting update, and that will be presented by Councilmember Gillette.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Friday, June 27th, I attended the Public Safety Policy Committee in Sacramento, along with the Assistant City Manager. On pages 205 through 208 are the highlights of that meeting. I would strongly suggest that everybody, if you haven't already had the opportunity, go ahead and read those items, because it gives you a real good snapshot of what's going on at the state level in all aspects of crime, violent crime, gang crime, alternative methods, legislation, the whole potpourri of what's going on. And I draw your attention to one particular item on page 206 of the report, item D, the Nonviolent Offenders Rehabilitation Act, NORA, N-O-R-A. It's a ballot initiative. It's on the ballot for November. And in the opening commentary, it sounds very positive about early release of certain individuals, nonviolent offenders and what have you, and more rehabilitative programs. Rehabilitation, of course, as you all realize, is the presumption that the individual was habilitated in the first place. This particular piece of legislation, extensive discussion, both pro and con, it is strongly opposed by just about every recognized public safety and public safety-oriented social service agency in the state of California, but the three primary agencies that I always look for, Cal Chiefs, the California Police Chiefs Association, CPOA, the California Peace Officers Association, and State Sheriffs Association, all vehemently oppose this piece of legislation. Like I said, it can't be modified. The wording is in there now, and what it'll do, and its costs and everything else. It doesn't even begin, in my opinion, to represent what the opening paragraphs, the descriptions say about it. So I would draw it to your attention. The rest of the report is pretty much self-explanatory, and I would move for the receive and file.
Councilmember Bill de la Pena.
Sorry to be asking questions at this late hour, I know, but I was just wondering on page 206 on item D, as you just mentioned, Mr. Gillette, I see that the increased state costs could exceed $1 billion, yet net savings could exceed $2.5 billion.
Well, it's chicken egg. You're gonna reduce costs by letting all these offenders out early, so you've got a reduction of costs, less incarceration costs. But then if you get down further into it, it's billions more than offset times two by new people working with these offenders. And these, remember, these are the worst of the offenders. So even the probation agencies involved have reluctance to this.
Thank you.
Vote, please.
Motion carries 5-0.
Right, Mr. Mitnick, you're on. Follow-up requests from the public, state budget cuts and potential impacts on the city of TO, and announcements and upcoming issues.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, no additional follow-up requests from the public. On the state budget situation, again, Sacramento is looking at a $15 to $17 billion budget shortfall, and that number does not seem to be decreasing. A lot is riding on the November ballot, statewide ballot, in terms of what the governor is proposing, including the use of some of the lottery money, and if rejected by the voters, then a 1% sales tax would be triggered. It gets a little bit complicated, but anyhow, we continue to watch it. And council just went through the budget reduction exercise for this current fiscal year. If the state decides to balance its $15 to $17 billion budget on the backs of local government, we would have to come back to you with additional cuts to our general fund. We don't know how much that would be, but we'll keep an eye on it. Announcements. The next council meeting will be next Tuesday, July 15th, with the major item being the mobile home park initiative. Second reading of that ordinance, not the initiative, the ordinance now, sorry. Then the next council meeting will be on July 22nd, one public hearing dealing with two public hearings, excuse me, one dealing with affordable housing ordinance amendments to the existing affordable housing ordinance, and then the smoking ordinance SUP follow-up. I believe that'll be the last council meeting before the August recess, and council will be dark during the month of August. There's a question over here. Jackie?
Oh, Councilmember Bill de la Pena?
Just for the record, because Mr. Mitnick stated that there will be a council meeting on the 15th, I just wanted to make everyone aware that I will not be able to attend that council meeting to deal with the second reading of the ordinance of the mobile home initiative.
Okay, item 14A has been covered already, and we are on to item 15, adjournment. And this evening we are adjourning in the memory of two individuals. Anne Graziano, mother of Cynthia Ross, our assistant to the city manager. Anne was born on September 22nd, 1922 in San Francisco. She met and married Frank in 1947, and together they celebrated 40 years of marriage and the joy of raising 3 wonderful children. Anne was an intensely patriotic person with an independent Irish spirit and an enthusiasm for sports, exercise, and music. Anne was devoted to her family, and she will be dearly missed. On behalf of the City Council, we would like to express our sincerest condolences to Cynthia and her entire family. We're also adjourning in memory of Tim McLavin, a retired city employee. Tim retired in 2002 after 26 years of service. He will be remembered for his beautiful woodworking craftsmanship and his down-to-earth personality. On behalf of the Thousand Oaks City Council, we would like to send our heartfelt sympathy to the McLavin family. And we will be adjourning to our regular meeting on July 15th, 2008. Good night, everybody.